Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は400、428日目です。It is day 428. We are the day after level 41. It looks like we got two groups. Not too bad. Reviews today. What? This was... Oh.
Shokkaku.
MAKU. That. Anna. Hello there, Poco. Did pretty well. How are you doing? What are you up to? Emo. Omon.
Common.
Omon. Omon. Oh no, not director. Fire. Good to hear you're doing well. Just on Dead by Daylight. I see. Fair enough.
Otearai.
Okay.
Kiki.
How do I, like, in a good manner? Yep. Okay. That message you sent on Discord, right? It was about BAFTA situation. Reminded you of a conversation we had way back. When apology means what an apology means and when it should be used. It was very thought-provoking. BAFTA. I see. I am unaware if you're talking about... Oh, that thing? I see. Yeah. Remind me, how does the... I don't know about the specifics of the situation, but looking at the summary there, these things happen, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure how it relates to the apology thing. What?
Noberu.
Koshi.
Tenoko. Kekkan.
Udedoke.
Atake.
管理 感触
What the wait? Oh,
虚
虚
弱
弱
遠視
NC. John Davidson is a man with Tourette's, and he directed a film with Tourette's to bring light to the disability, right? And while two African American presenters were talking, he ticked the N-word, and so that caused a big uproar and discussion about whether he should apologize for that tick, and a common phrase that emerged from it was intent doesn't negate harm. Yeah. I see. Interesting. I don't remember what the principal trigger for our apology means or not, but typically I think maybe our apology conversation was about accountability, right? Apologies are empty when there is no accountability, but when you apologize something and you're able to explain the nature of that apology, that creates the weight that's necessary for the apology to have like substance, right? I often find that there's an overrepresentation, not that there isn't an appropriate time for it, but when one says sorry and there is no description or no like thought in which it provides accountability. Like for example, in those situations, whether or not you think that one should or should not apologize, the idea is that the apology will come with an explanation, one in which it takes accountability for the unintended harm, but it also takes accountability for what it could have been intended to be. So an apology comes with the explainer of what was intended and unintended, not necessarily whether one is exonerated from the blame or not. Like, apologizing for something you have no intent of doing is as morally, in my opinion, personally, morally resonating than apologizing for something that they are only apologizing because they were held accountable for it. So in your opinion, while you can understand the initial shock or harm from hearing that word, I think that once they understand it was said meaninglessly, I don't think it was said meaninglessly. That would be to say that Tourette's is a meaningless thing. I can't understand what about a word can cause harm other than intent. Most people can cause harm without intent. That when you live, you're causing harm without intent. When you consume oil, fuel, crude oils, you're causing harm without intent. I think harm and intent often comes with the word malicious. So something that's unintendedly harmful is not malicious. There was no intent to harm something, but things are harmful whether they are intentful or not. So in my opinion, when you say something is meaningless, it's not meaningless if it was brought up. So having the conversation or the dialogue would mean that neither side is meaningless. I think saying that something is no big deal because it was unintended is harmful to the people who are raising awareness to the thing in the first place. So it is, in fact, like to me personally, that when everything is heard, neither is meaningless. the act itself was not meaningless. Otherwise, it trivializes the whole purpose of the dialogue in the first place. I think saying one side or the other side is meaningless trivializes and is unsympathetic. At least that's my opinion. So apologies are often met with both. If they are not met with both, then one side will find it meaningless and the other side won't. And earnestly for me, you kind of get used to one-sided empty apologies. When you say something is meaningless, then it's a one-sided apology. So if someone never intended to be harmful and they apologize because some people found it harmful, and they say that it's not their fault because it was never intended to be harmful, that's an empty apology to me. That's an apology that has no accountability. So you can apologize as much as you want. As long as you're not in the wrong, there's no meaning behind it. And even if it's of innocent intent for me, I think it is beautiful. Apologies are beautiful when both sides are meaningful. Whether, like, for example, I think we talked about this in terms of apologies before, or maybe not in terms of apologies. When you asked me, have I ever been a jerk to anyone? Yes, I have been a jerk to many people, which I said before, whether it's intentional or not. Like, innocence can be harmful, right? One can be blind to the evils of the world and still be unintentionally harmful, which is why I tend to try to balance that out with an appreciation. So if the apologies for the bathtub thing, kind of both sides kind of air out their concerns and whatnot, they can probably turn it into a platform for why that is important. Like, the whole situation can be turned into a point of sympathy and compassion, where people were harmed, but the harmed people understand the circumstances, and that circumstance that was happening and the apology that was being made was made meaningful, not meaningless. The moment apology is made meaningless, then one side is losing and the other side isn't. So, in my opinion, a morally concerned person would not be narcissistically thinking that just because they didn't intend to be harmful, that they are beyond harming other people. And that's kind of where I sit when it comes to apologies. I have no qualms with apologizing as long as I'm given the opportunity to acknowledge what was the unintended harm that I made, and then that I'm able to explain the nature of why I am. The word specifically was meaningless in your opinion. That's fair enough. And therefore, you live in a world that people will think what you say and what your opinion is will be meaningless as well, as long as there's no intent behind it. You can't understand how a tick can hold any meaning. Also, you should have specified intent, perceived intent. Sure. Yes, the alleged intent, right? You can't understand how a tick can hold any meaning, then you have failed, in my opinion, to understand Tourette's. In my opinion. So, you obviously don't have Tourette's. Like, for myself, I don't have Tourette's either. However, I can appreciate the idea that some of the things I do, they are meaningful. Otherwise, people would not understand the weight of the problem. So you can't choose to, like, if you don't, you know, it is your choice to not understand why a tick is meaningful. It's kind of ironic because the BAFTA was talking about a film or a piece of work that deals with the meaningfulness of understanding Tourette's. Something like, if I can make this about something else so that I don't overreach my position here. I don't think my compulsions are meaningless. I could choose, like yourself, to brush it off and say it's not meaningful, and therefore that it becomes less meaningful. That's perfectly fine. That means that your priorities lie elsewhere. But if I say something and I like auto censor myself, for example, we talked about this, so I'll make it about myself to be respectful for a situation that I don't understand entirely. Whenever you asked me, like, okay, so if I wrote a word and I read it in a different way, I don't understand why you would need to censor that because there's no meaning behind it. And I'm like, there is a meaning behind it, and I can explain it. But you can perfectly choose to think that there's no point to it. That simply means that there's no point of empathy there. Whether you choose to sympathize with it, it can be up to the person who's explaining it. So in my opinion, when something is meaningless to someone else, that simply tells me that they have no point of sympathy. For myself, it's hard for me to sympathize or empathize with the BAFTA situation because I don't actually know what happened. I can use my imagination, but the word itself carries a long history. And for someone who does appreciate history, right, and the situation, both Tourette's has a long history, and that word has a long history, and the BAFTA has a long history. So choosing to say something is meaningless to me means that it tells me that it's fine. You don't care about that. And that's perfectly reasonable. Whether I know if it's meaningful to me or not, I can tell you that the idea of Tourette's and the idea of like words meaning things and the intent does have a very long history in my background. So when it comes to like compulsions, right, compulsions or uncontrollable acts, they are always meaningful to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have improved upon my personal compulsions. Right? Whenever someone says, oh yeah, oh don't worry about it, I just buy 2 of everything because I have OCD, that's how I feel about people who think that tics and compulsions are meaningless because it's trivial to them. And in my opinion, those who find that trivial, I don't think they actually suffer from compulsions. Trivializing those tics and whatnot makes it so that they're not that important. You think you may have expressed your opinion about it. You're saying that he is not expressing any meaning, I don't think, behind the tic. I think he is, because he has Tourette's. What I mean is, it might not be the meaning that you think it means, or the meaning that people find harmful. But there's two people. Like, you can understand that to the others, the tic obviously had meaning. Yeah, but you don't know what that meaning is to that person who has Tourette's. Like, you're choosing to focus on the word that person made, but that word came from a tic. That tic is meaningful to that person, unless they come, like, you know, obviously I don't know this person, but if that person comes at me and say, oh, you know, my tics are trivial, like I really hate it, just don't pay any attention to it, say, all right, that's fair enough. I wanted to tell you that people with compulsions and uncontrollable things, those things are very meaningful. Finding meaning in them makes life so much more brighter and valued, right? Because you care about your compulsions, you care about the tics and the words associated with them, or whatever action you're associated with them. What you're trying to say is that the word itself doesn't mean anything. And I'm saying that the word itself came from a tic. So the tic itself is meaningful to the people because, I mean, I'm guessing they were celebrating a documentary or some sort of film project on the importance of being aware of Tourette's. So I actually think it's very poetic. It's incredibly poetic that there has been an issue deliberately timed with that Tourette's. So whether it was intentional or not, like obviously it's up to the opinions of the masses, but I would say that it is a golden opportunity, in my opinion, to demonstrate exactly to the dialogue that we're having now that you think it's pointless because you focused on the word itself, like the intent by the tick. But what I saw immediately was the tick is meaningful, whether the word came after or not. It's something that person lives with. But I don't know. Again, I don't know. That person could come out on an interview and say, yeah, I really hate my ticks. Those ticks, they're always meaningless to my life, but they're part of it, so that's perfectly fine. Like, I don't actually know this person. I'm not cultured enough or like on the know-how to know what the situation is with that person. Just so you can understand, would you agree that John was not conveying any meaning by saying it? I don't think so. I don't think I can know that. Or maybe he wasn't intentionally conveying any meaning. I don't know. It is not clear. I would not agree with you. I have no idea the nature of this. Based on the description and stuff, I would say that it would have. Assuming it was a tick, I have no idea. Because you're assuming ticks are meaningless. I don't agree with you. I legitimately do not agree with you that ticks have no meaning. That would trivialize Tourette's. Whether it means, you're talking about whether it intends to mean something offensive. That has nothing, like, the tick means something to that person, at least in my opinion. Otherwise, they wouldn't go through the lengths of raising awareness about Tourette's. To me, personally, the likelihood of a tick meaning something is very important in the situation that I understand. I still don't know the context of it, but based on the information that you have given me about what happened, the whole idea was raising awareness. So the tick itself has a meaning. Whether that person intended for that to happen during that time, I have no idea. So no, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with the other way either. I'm not suggesting there is meaning to the word that came from that tick. Yeah, okay, you're with me now. A scene in the film had the character with Tourette's shout, "I have drugs on me," when he walked past a police officer. So yes, it does have meaning. Sorry for your... Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the tick itself is... I think the funny story here is, again, I'm imagining there's a lot of imagination, right, for this situation, because I have no idea what I'm talking about in the grand scheme of things. But when it comes to Tourette's, I think it's a golden opportunity. However coincidence it is, or maybe there's intent, I have no idea if it's brilliant. The idea is, I think that's the perfect time, or it's a golden opportunity to show that ticks have meaning, but the words themselves might not have the meaning that was intended. So what I mean by that is, this person said a word. That word itself might not have any meaning, right? Itself, but it raises the question why those ticks are important, to understand the nature of those ticks, right? Now, one thing that I really want to know is, now for me, that I really want to know is, how are the ticks associated with the words they choose? So like, for me, now I'm genuinely curious how Tourette's relates to the words that are said. You know what I mean? So like, if no one mentions a word that, like, in this case, the N-word, right? No one mentions the N-word. How was it that a person who has Tourette's, when they have a tick, mention that word as opposed to any other word they heard, right? So that's kind of really interesting. I actually have no idea how Tourette's works and how it like triggers auditory outputs. So I have no idea. Compulsions. Sometimes compulsions also do this, but it's compulsions. Like, there's a lot of I'm gonna say output similarities between a compulsive behavior and Tourette's, but I don't. It's a really interesting question. Like, for example, when someone says something and they unconsciously didn't know they said it, that happens quite often, and you don't have to be atypical, like neural atypical, for it to happen, right? Like, sometimes I've had this realization before when, for example, filler words, when you're talking about like human speech, I say a lot, but if you don't pay attention to how often you say does it mean anything, right? The compulsion itself to place in filler words has a meaning to it. As in, when someone uses filler words, if you pay attention to their frequency of their filler words and how they interject themselves, that has meaning. And when you describe that meaning to them, they are able to say, oh, wait, that's exactly how I feel right now. So those are tells, right? Subconscious tells, or tics, as they used to call it. Not in the sense of Tourette's, but like, what's the difference between a poker tell, right? When you say something and you trigger a reaction from that person, that's a tic as well. That's your natural inclination. So that stuff has meaning to the person. And if you describe it to the person who has a nervous tic, for example, right? Nervous tic, they will begin to find meaning. And it's like, wait, you know what? You're right. How did you know I was nervous? Or like, how did you know I was basically bluffing you because you had a tic? So in a way, you could say those things have meaning. And that's kind of interesting when you think about Tourette's. Then, like, what triggers the person to say a word, like to auditorily say the word? I really don't know much about Tourette's. So, but when it comes to compulsions, you can go as far as communication styles. Communication styles being, if you go and watch YouTube, there's plenty of voice samples. Watch someone's essay and try to figure out all their tics, because they do have behavioral tics as they're talking. I have plenty of behavioral tics, and it only becomes meaningful when I notice them or when someone points them out to me. And that can be unintentionally harmful as well. For example, whenever you say, oh yeah, whatever. That I haven't heard that in a long while, because usually when people type, they don't have tics. Like, here's one of the biggest, one of the biggest like hot takes about tics nowadays is that it is kind of interesting that the trigger for this conversation that I've been prepping for a while. I've been prepping this conversation about communication for a while. That it ends up being something about Tourette's. But let's just say, since to be respectful to people with Tourette's, we'll go and do the leniency of compulsions. Right. However, compulsions have a leniency to habit. And one of the biggest habits deal with facial expressions. Facial expressions and forms of nonverbal communication, right? Nonverbal communication. And also the literal language. So how do we tie this back to the Tourette's situation with language? That is no longer apparent anymore, because one of the major modes of conversation is typographical. How do you spell typographical? However, when I still get into conversations with people, like once in a blue moon, I get into conversations with thousands of people. You know, I greet, get their IDs, ask them, so what will that be? Credit card or, right? Credit card or cash, etc. Once a year, I'm referring to my voluntary work at the anime convention. Immediately when you step out of the typographical normacy that people have and pay attention to nonverbal facial communications, and as well as communications in terms of vocal communication, because we're trying to relate this back to the Tourette situation, the bathtub situation. People have tics all the time. They're simply not called tics, they're called compulsions. Compulsions are a little bit like uncontrollable. Some people call compulsions uncontrollable. So when we think about habits, we could try to make them seem a little bit more voluntary. However, habits are not quite equivalent to voluntary choices. When you speak to someone or watch them behave and whatnot, a lot of times these are referred to at least behavioral tics, or in a more poker fashion, tells. And that's where like mentalists comes in, and people who play sports or competitive chess, things like that we have talked about in the past, they utilize these a lot. And you can say that there's no intent behind them, right? Like you could say, oh yeah, this person tends to like hold their hands together when they're nervous, right? When they're nervous, or they start like shuffling their shoulder a little bit when they're in a tight spot. And you're wondering, like, is it meaningless to them? And my first thought is, it's hard to ignore that it doesn't have any meaning, because they wouldn't do those habits and develop those habits like if you didn't develop those habits in order to intent, right? And what I mean is, when you're playing poker, hear me out, I'm terrible at poker, and I got someone to tell me how they can read me, right? And they can read me really well. Now the question is, when someone asks me, do I intend to like basically write my poker hand on my face every single time, my answer would be no. I did not intend to tell you that I'm holding a pair of like 10 and 2, right? You know, like my two cards are 10 and 2, but this person definitely knows. Now, when someone asks me, oh, you didn't intend to do that when you bluff, and then I tell them, I'm sorry, I'm really terrible at poker, but can I explain to you why I'm terrible at poker? Because oftentimes when I'm lying, I don't practice hiding it. So the intent, if I were to intend to lie to someone, they would know I'm lying. So whether it was intended for the purpose of someone else's interpretation, oftentimes this is kind of where we bring ourselves back to the BAFTA thing, right? When someone else, if the person who shouted the N-word, right, the person who had the tic, the people looking on it could mean like, you know, it's meaningless. And then some people could say it's meaningful. And then this person could say, well, the word itself is meaningless, but the tic itself is meaningful. So when I think about it, if I had to be fair to that person, being someone who's involved in a movie project about Tourette's, I would say that the tic itself is incredibly meaningful. It's unfortunate, maybe, if I had to be rational about this and combine the two. The word itself was not probably the person's choice, but it does bring up a great example of how something could be meaningful, but for a very different reason. And that's kind of what I mean by when I'll use myself personally. When someone says, I have a propensity to increase my verbosity when someone asks me to explain something or over explain something, it is with intent that I over explain something. However, it is also a built-in habit and compulsion. So whether someone says like, oh, hey, can you stop over explaining things because it's meaningless if you over explain things. And I'm like, I'm sorry that I'm over explaining things. May I ask what is over complicating the situation? I can make conscious effort to curb my propensities around you, because you find that my compulsion to over explain is meaningless. So despite all the words that become meaningless to the person who thinks over explaining is meaningless, like, a bro comes up and say, it's not that deep, bro, can you like put the fries in the bag? And my thought was, I'm sorry that you found what I said very uninspiring and not interesting. I would suggest that you might want to go and talk with someone else who doesn't necessarily have deliberately worked up the compulsion or the habits to over explain things, because my intent in over explaining things have meaning, but you find that everything I say downstream of that meaningless. So it would be nice that you find someone who is more appropriate, that has a resonating and sympathetic position for yourself. So in this case, like, there are people who find the N-word incredibly meaningful, and it would be interesting to know if they will find new context and new appreciation for a person who has Tourette's, who says those words, and therefore that N-word becomes transformative. It's even more important now to them in a different manner. Or they can choose to, fully embrace that. And then those who find it meaningless will continue to find it meaningless, which is interesting. And then if they find the word meaningless, they can still find the act and context of the tick meaningful. And that's kind of why humans are really weird. You do want to go back to the aspect of harm. If a person says something, what about the word other than its intent or its perceived intent by the person it was said to can cause harm? The harm aspect. If a person says something, right? Let's just say we're focusing on the N-word here. What about the word other than its intent? So we need to define what you mean by its intent. So the word itself has it. Either you're saying the word itself has an intrinsic intent, which is what you're referring to, possibly, or you're talking about the person who's spoken the word's intent, because these are two different things. The audience that you're referring to, the harm is coming from the intrinsic nature of the word. It is not coming from the intrinsic nature of the spoken intent. Now, there is also audience who's asking for an apology. So they are insisting that the intent is coming from this spoken intent with the intrinsic nature of the word. So like there's two separate audiences, right? And then there's you're part of another audience, right? You're part of another audience here. You're intending that the tick is the intent, but which makes the N-word meaningless. So those are the two combinations. So there's A and B in the two intents. And there are audiences that think that specifically the word itself is intrinsically harmful. And that's what the person is apologizing for. They're not apologizing for the intent of saying the N-word. And then there's an audience that combine the two, where the intent of the spoken person and the intrinsic nature are one and the same. And then you, right, if I'm understanding this correctly, because the person's spoken intent was a tick, which is unintended or intended, you're talking about the speaker's intent, it makes what comes after meaningless. So they don't have to apologize for something that is triggered by something else. And that's perfectly fine. And for myself, you're saying, or it perceived, what about the word other than its intent or its perceived intent by the person it was said to can cause harm? This language itself has intrinsic harmfulness. So you can choose to not acknowledge that, and then anything outside. So to agree with you, I would have to ignore that words do not have intrinsic harmfulness, which I disagree. So the intrinsic meaning, the history and intrinsic meaning of the word is like a name. For example, if you believe that your name does not carry any intrinsic harmfulness or stigma or something that's outside of the person speaking it, then words cannot carry intrinsic harmfulness. So if you can find examples, if you do not find any examples that a person, like a specific word, which can be a person's name, for example, I'm using the name as an analogy to try to gather a resonating point. If you believe that saying someone's name cannot intrinsically be harmful, then you can make an argument that words do not have any intrinsic harmfulness. It is by way of the person saying it or who they're saying it to that embellishes the word's intent. I would disagree with you, because things like integrity, for example, or like a language, for example. This Japanese is a good way to go about it. We can integrate a Japanese thing. For example, the difference between like I was gonna say, for example, a phrase that would be like not true versus false. Japanese has a tendency where certain phrases would say it's not of something, so therefore it is. Like, for example, one of the grammar points that I kind of sort of struggle with is the idea of to say must do is to not miss, so to speak. So in Japanese, there are phrases that the intrinsic nature of saying those phrases, there are ways to say, quote unquote, the same thing, but they intrinsically have different uses. One can be viewed as positive, one can be viewed as negative. What the person intend to say is dependent on how that is. Okay. Out of curiosity, do you think the meaning is intrinsic regardless of how people perceive it? I don't think anything is. I don't think any meaning is intrinsic without how people perceive it. A says N word to B other than A's intent and B's perception A intent. What can cause harm, just to put it clearly? Well, okay, so you're rewording what you said earlier. If a person says something, right? If a person says the N-word, what about the word other than its intent, right? The A's intent, or its perceived intent by the person, right? The person perceiving the intent can cause harm. All of it. All of it. I don't understand. Now when you reworded it, when you say if A says the N-word to B, other than A's intent and B's perception of A, what can cause harm? Anything. Like C's perception of A's intent to B's perception. there's and then when you say like you're a bit confused, like what does it hold in your opinion? You don't think a word can have intrinsic meaning, as words only hold value based on human perception and noise? Yes, but what I agree with you. In your opinion, words have intrinsic meaning because people perceive it. They're not exclusive of each other. So like a word can belong to neither of these groups. Can I divide intrinsic? Intrinsic is something that it belongs to this word because it has a precedence. Not because it's like you're talking about intrinsic in the nature of water is wet. Just like the N word is derogatory. Or like the N word is vulgar. We'll just say it's vulgar. It can be independent of the people that are perceiving it. So you asked me, outside of the person who said it and outside of the person who is intended to receive it and perceive it, what else could cause harm? Tourette's can cause harm. And that's the whole point of awareness. Coincidence can cause harm. And how would that happen if a word has inherited an intrinsic meaning to it? What if A and B is an isolated situation? Then there's nothing else. I don't understand. Now you didn't ask any of the questions that was originally asked. You asked me, how can it cause harm? Outside, like with those cases. Well, if it was isolated, then it can still cause harm because the person perceiving it could find it harmful. So now if you remove the intrinsic nature of the word that's outside of A and B, so now you have A and B, then if B perceives it as harmful, then it's harmful. That's how it caused harm. Regardless if A intended to do so or not. So now it becomes simpler. But you're asking me, how could it cause harm outside of these intents? You can't. But your original question you asked me was dealing with whether it was meaningless. That was the opinion, whether it was meaningless. It's not. In fact, I would even argue that the fact that it might be unintended is the meaningful thing. You argued that because it was unintended, it's meaningless. And what is the meaningful, what does that word mean now? Well, the N word in this context is the result of a tick, and the tick is where the meaning is. So in the future, someone could remember the N word from this situation and have a meaning to it. So what I mean is, yeah, you're right. The word itself probably doesn't have any meaning. Like what I mean is, like if you said A, right? It has no meaning. Like there's no intrinsic meaning until it does. So what does A, between you and me, what is A's intrinsic meaning? First of the alphabet. Right? And then why did you call person A instead of calling person N and then person S. So I agree with you that the original meaning of the word, like the A, like the letter A, has no intrinsic meaning originally. Now they do have intrinsic meaning, right? Like now they do have intrinsic meaning, but outside of us. Like we, for example, we did not decide, right? We did not decide A is the first letter of the alphabet. But we did perceive it now as the first letter of the alphabet because A has an intrinsic meaning now. Which A meaning like a historics, right? There's a precedence. So kind of like water, for example. Water is wet. But water could have been dry. Like someone could have described water as dry. And so the state of dry equals wet. And then wet could have been subscribed to the word dry. So then, or sorry, this is kind of a little, it's supposed to be one direction. So we could call water dry for all intents and purposes, and it would be intentful. We could intend water to be dry, and then others would say, no, water is wet. So now their perception is that wet is what water is, but we think water is dry. But guess what? Their intrinsic meaning in this situation is the same. So our wet equals their dry, or our dry equals their wet. So both wet and dry has the same intrinsic meaning, but we are using different perceptions of it, which is interesting, right? It's crazy. I know. Humans are weird. Like what is it? Oh, here's one. I'll use one for NetSpeak. NetSpeak is really wonderful for this. When someone says deep, right? When someone says deep, usually there's no intrinsic meaning to deep. Now I have to understand what that intrinsic meaning is. So what is the intrinsic meaning in NetSpeak of deep? Anything more than 2 sentences. When I think of deep, so this is my perception. Now I'm person B's perception. Deep is 5 hours of conversation. So can deep be harmful? For example, can deep be harmful? Well, you are right. I agree with you that for being harmful, it has to deal with the person's perception of what deep is, and it also deals with person A's intent of what they meant by deep. Now, what is left? Why, if the person didn't mean any harm, so this person didn't mean any harm, they just don't care for deep things, right? They didn't mean it. Like, dude, bruh, it's not that deep. But then person B, me, say like, okay, well, it's not that deep. Let's try to go deeper. So maybe we both agree on what the thing is. But the thing that was actually doing the harm was what was normalized to the intrinsic nature of deep, which in this case, the person who's speaking is Gen Z. And I'm millennial. Now, does that matter what the intrinsic nature of deep is? Harmful is communication, right? Like what is communicating? So if I knew that deep meant any more than 2 sentences, then sure. If I didn't, then boy howdy, we're gonna have a different conversation, right? You're a bit confused and wait, let me make sure I got everything. You're a bit confused. In your opinion, you don't think a word can have intrinsic meaning. As yes, I agree. I agree, by the way. I agree with that statement. Intrinsic meaning, like words do not have any meaning. Like without humans, right? Like, or without the human that's using it and perceiving it, or any human that perceived it, right? Those are where our words meanings come from. However, words can mean things before A and B gets involved. So like both A and B, like the person with the Tourette's, right? I can't spell Tourette's, sorry, but Tourette's and the audience, right? All the audience, the different types of audience. You could even add C, D, like the different permutations of the audience, right? And then there's one permutation of that person. However, before this situation ever happened, right? Before the BAFTA thing happened, this word itself already carries a meaning, right? So if you're, what do you call that? Do you call that something that's not intrinsic to the word? You could call it all history. You could call it history, I guess. So then you could say history had people, and then those people ascribe those meanings. So it would still mean it's true. It's true that all words do not inherently have intrinsic meaning, because some human being, whether it's history or non-existent, created the perception of that word, right? And when I was using the word intrinsic, right? When I was using the word intrinsic, what I mean is when you're looking at the situation now, the N word has an intrinsic meaning. And that's what created the confusion between the two. If the N word did not have any intrinsic meaning, as in before the situation happened, the N word meant nothing, then this situation would not happen. Then there's no way, or maybe there is a way, but I don't want to make an argument for that the lesser way, it's unlikely. This situation is unlikely to happen, which is what you believe in. You believe that the N word does not have intrinsic meaning outside of the people who are involved, regardless of what they do. So there shouldn't be a reason why there should be an apology or people shouldn't have reacted to that, right? But it did happen. Right? So it did happen. And that doesn't explain the misunderstanding. And hear me out. I hope that's what's happening. Like, I don't know what the situation is. Like, what's happening, the apology, did the apology happen and whatnot. I hope what they come to the conclusion is, hey, guess what? We have this historical word, and it is very unfortunate that it happened because it carries a lot of history. However, the situation we are in makes it so that it's more important to understand how the intrinsic nature of this N-word in this situation is illustrating a point. It's illustrating the importance of intent and perception of the situation. And that would be great. And then there would be more to learn about Tourette's. And then there will be more to learn about the audience sensitivity when Tourette's happens. At least that's, obviously I'm only speaking for myself, because that's how I would read it. So if this evening I go and read about the situation and whatnot, this is how I would process it. I would separate, like, if I, like, for example, null hypothesis test, right? If I disagree with you, which I do, I disagree with you about the situation being meaningless, like and again, I'm generalizing. I know you already said that you were trying to rephrase it. Like, say we're hypothetically, I disagree with you. Then I have to prove your logic is sound. So I would go out of my way to do the opposite. So I got to prove that this is meaningless. And that's how I would argue it. I would argue, you're going to head off now. You'll carry on listening. Okay, no worries. So, this is near the end. Like, it's the way I made the argument about the intrinsicness and then separating the two from the things. That's how I would argue that what you're saying is true. Like, all the things you say, I agree with. And at the same time, I'm able to explain that there is an argument here, but it's probably not related to the idea that words are determined, their meaning and stuff is determined by the intent of the person using it and the person listening to it. So I totally agree with you. The perception of the person and the person intending to should be like the center focus of it, because you have no control over what came before you, like what came before. And those words that came before and their meaning are based on human history, like other people that's outside of these. So I totally agree with you in terms of the objective nature. That's kind of like one way to get over, to try to separate ourselves from our historical baggage, like projecting other people's baggage onto us despite not having the literal experience. So, like, for example, the N-word is not necessarily applicable to me, right? But that N-word could mean something else. It could be being called a communist. Because that happened to me when I was growing up. I lived in a time when there's still residual paranoia from the idea of Chinese people in the United States. So that's a very sensitive topic, right? I won't go into much more about that, but that's kind of the idea. I can't control whether communists had that harmful effect, but I could definitely change its harmful effect of pro-con. Like for example, I was called un-American, non-American, not American when I was growing up. However, those words no longer mean the same thing. And the nice thing is those people use those words because they knew the intrinsic meaning of those words before they knew what they meant. Like, the reason, like, one of the kids that I know when I was in elementary school, they called me a communist because that's what their parents said. But their parents is referring to other people, like someone else. But I just happen to resemble one of those people. So the harmfulness was not the intent. Like, I actually don't even think those kids understood whether that was harmful or not. I understood it not even in the context. I was too old, right? For example, I was too old to understand what they mean by why they call me a communist. It was only later do I know that the word was harmful. But during that time, they were using it as a word that meant that I was not American, or I don't look American. So did they intend to be harmful about it? I don't think so. I don't actually think those kids were harmful about it. Maybe not in the way that the word communist, right? Like, communist had an intrinsic meaning, but they didn't intend it to mean the intrinsic meaning. They simply wanted to call me not American by calling me a communist. Well, they could have said I was not an American, which does occur. And then I could have been harmed by the perception of if I knew what that word actually meant, which I didn't at the time. I was a kid. I just know that they were calling me something different. Like, they were not communists. I was a communist. So it was them and me. That's so that's to clarify the whole intrinsic thing. The argument, the apology, and all the stuff deals with the intrinsic meaning now that the N-word has. But it's kind of unfortunate that I feel like there's no malicious intent by the person with Tourette's, as far as I know, and then there's no technically malicious intent by the audience, and yet there was intrinsic harm happening, and that's probably the misunderstanding, right? So all of the things you say I agree with if I use this schema. This explanation is how I would agree with everything you say, while at the same time offering a scenario that would explain everything else that I would be thinking of outside of that. Probably where I would stop there. But it's a great suggestion. Like, what I mean is, it's humans are weird. I think you said something about human being weird. Hang on. Yeah, to be honest, now that you think about it, you're arguing an obvious statement which doesn't really apply to the situation you brought up. That's why we talk about it, you know? I was basically arguing that noises themselves don't have value without a human mind, but that's so obvious. It really, we need humans. Humans are the social construct. I totally agree with you though. Like, I know I could have laughed it off or something, and it's like, isn't that obvious that we require humans to have all of this happen in the first place? But I think sometimes humans, that's how the human mind works. Initially, you was thinking of intrinsic sort of meaning objective. Oh, right. Yeah, that's what I meant by the water is wet. Yeah. Water is wet is a colligative property when you can observe something. Yeah, but we're talking about words. So words intrinsic stuff is not so much water or observation. Like, you can't observe a word. So when I'm using intrinsic, I was talking about the intrinsic property of words, as opposed to, like, if you saw this word, what is the intrinsic thing you're thinking of? You would think of something like an ocean or something, or the water coming out of your faucet. That's what I meant by the intrinsic, because what you observe with your eyes and your ears are a different form of objectivity. Like, if you touch water, you know what that is. Like, when you touch the water, it's objectively something, but there's no word for it. Like, if you didn't learn a word for it, then there's no intrinsic meaning to any of the words, because you haven't, like, associated with it. So that's what I meant by the N word has an intrinsic meaning, because before this happened, the only way this argument and apology and situation could happen is outside of the intent of the Tourette's people, or like the person who had the tic and the audience that was listening to it. The word itself has a property, and I decided to call it intrinsic to the word because it's hard to explain everything else. Like, it's a word. It's just a word. How could it do all of this? And that's what I mean. It's inherent to that word before all of this happened. And it's been a pleasure as always. Also, you hope you didn't come across as too apathetic about it. No, I don't think so. I actually think, I know you stopped listening, but you'll probably hear the rest of this later. The very nature that you brought this up, and we had, like, I don't know, a 40-minute discussion about it, would demonstrate that you are less than apathetic, obviously, right? It's not that deep, bro, situation. But I think this makes for excellent opportunity when it comes to language learning. Unfortunately, I was trying to come up with a Japanese language example, and my Japanese grammar was not good enough, so I had to talk about it in English. I was gonna say something like, ikenai. When Japanese people say something like, I must do something, they actually use a double negative to say they must do something, which is interesting because they could have used a affirmative instead, but those phrases have acquired an intrinsic nature. So it's weird because I have to remind myself. So when you must do something, you have to use a double negative according to my English nature, right? It would be considered double negative. And I already talked about my relationship with double negatives, right? So my double negative has an intrinsic problem, especially when it comes to in English. What you must do is not what not must happen, right? But in Japanese, that's what they do. And because when you say something must be done, I think it's kind of less forward. I don't know if that's how to explain it, because I don't understand the intrinsic nature of their language yet. It's less forward, like less direct, by using a double negative. Like, oh, hey, you must go now. You would use it would often be phrased in a double negative, even when they're talking about themselves, like, I must do this. I must do this now. You would do it as a form of a double negative, as opposed to I must do it. As opposed to I must not, or like I not do this, not happen, or something. I can't even phrase it in English. Like, you say you're not doing something, but it's not happening, so you're remembering to do, making sure that it does happen, basically. And that is wild. And one could say, oh, well, that doesn't mean anything, like, or like, oh, that's so confusing to like English or something like that. And that's where the words phrases have intrinsic meaning. But what's positive and what's negative? Positive and negatives are intrinsic to those phrases now. So when you say like, I'm apathetic, right? Apathetic is neutral. When you say I don't care, like, I'm sorry if I came off as not caring, that's negative. But you used a double negative in order to offset don't care. So I hope I didn't come off as not caring, right? As not caring. So you end up using, in order to soften the blow of apathy, double negative. However, you can use the word apathetic. Apathetic is neutral, or it has some element of neutrality. And these are intrinsic properties, in my opinion. Intrinsic properties of the word. So whenever you're choosing like diction for English, at least in my opinion, unlike Japanese, maybe it's not necessarily the same as Japanese, but in English, the words you choose are incredibly intrinsic. Intrinsically, like positive, negative, and that brings us back to the N-word. The N-word has an inherent negative intrinsic property to it. And whether you intend it, right, regardless of the intent of the person, which I really feel hopefully the situation is being resolved and there's like camaraderie and passion, and then the audience, right, it's intrinsically negative, unfortunately. So the person who, despite being unintended, right, unintended tick, right, a tick is unintended a lot of times, they can choose to apologize for something. They might want to apologize for the tick, and that tick will create understanding for the audience to not be harmed, for example. And this will then make the tick meaningful, in my opinion. So I'm kind of really curious how they handled the apology. But for me, if I was apologizing something, I should be getting something out of it too. So for myself, whenever I think about compulsions, just as a last thing, when it comes to language compulsions, there are compulsions in language. Communication skills, the bulk of communication skills deal with the speaking of language, and it is through compulsion, by way of habit, that creates our way of communication. And I think regardless, sometimes people can speak in various different ways where there's intrinsic properties to words, but the intent, in my opinion, and perceptions, and I hope that's what's happening with the BAFTA situation, they're negotiable. If they're negotiable, then I think the world is a really wonderful place because humans should be able to negotiate. If they're not negotiable, then I would argue the thing that is creating the unequivocal ability to communicate, which is quote unquote the objective, this is the objective argument where most things in communication are negotiable because it deals with the intent of the person delivering it and the perception of the person receiving it. However, then there's the subjectivity coming in of the intrinsic nature of the N-word. And that's kind of similar in most communications. A misunderstanding, despite it depends, like, how can a misunderstanding occur, right? Like, how can a misunderstanding... I'm overcomplicating this, I know. Over-explaining. I used my over-explaining, my own compulsions for over-explaining as a example. So I do apologize in advance if this is over-explaining for anyone who's randomly listening to this. Misunderstanding comes from the intrinsic parts of the words. I don't necessarily think they come from the intent of person A and the perception of person B exclusively. Technically, it's all of these. It's all three. So if the intent of the person A is to call water dry, and then B interpreted dry, if B interpreted dry as equal not wet, then then dry was supposed to mean wet to person A. So dry itself is the intrinsic problem. So the intrinsic definition of dry does not agree with each other. So one person used dry as wet and the other person thought of dry as not wet. So these are the intrinsic meanings somehow that preceded them. And that creates the misunderstanding, at least in my opinion. Otherwise, you could make an argument, well, the intent of A was to say wet. No, they know what wet is. Or like maybe they don't know what wet is, for example. So those words have intrinsic meaning. They existed before the intent of A and the perception of B, which creates misunderstanding. If everything, in my opinion, if everything is because of the intent of A and B, then you can make a reasonable argument that there shouldn't be any form of miscommunication ever. Because words will always have the same meaning that's imparted by the person, by the groups that are involved. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Overly complicated, but it was really worth a shot at trying to make an argument of why there is an apology. You're sorry, but you're going to stop listening now as your friends are annoyed and not concentrating on the game. Fair enough. Yeah, I personally think that if I had a long story short about a situation I don't really understand fully, it's a golden opportunity. Oh, excuse me. It's a golden opportunity for conversation to be had about the awareness of people who have uncontrollable compulsory auditory output. Or in other case, I'm talking about people with Tourette's. I don't know how Tourette's works though. I can't really say for sure.
Tocho.
Tocho. It's like a metropolitan office building, or yeah, government office, but fine. I think these terms are fairly pedantic. Okay. All right. Okay. What are we looking at here?
乗る
It's fine.
刺す
干潮
Control. Okay. Or maybe like government office is better. Speaking of language discrepancy.
くだ
繁忙
Okay.
無視する
社会福祉
社会福祉
Oh, I spelled fair with an I. You know what happens. When you spell fair F-A-I-R-E. Okay. Oh. Oh.
頻繁
Oh, it's just frequent. Frequent.
書斎
中華麺
禁止
What? Oh wait. 禁止 Oh, no, not king. Oh, that's not even close.
Kisai. Buki.
差別
差別
充電する しぶしぶ
What the What the What is shibushi? Certainly not. Oh. Whoops.
Mentsuyu.
Mentsuyu. Kaeru. Kaeru.
過敏
Speaking of a keyword, oversensitivity is a good word. Am I oversensitive?
一層
品質 繁殖 褒美
綿棒
綿棒
質問
質問 Konnichiwa. Hello. Hisashiburi desu. What was this? Finger long. Oops.
狭い
Hey.
展開
販売
子供 質
Tsu. Okay. Oops.
,教会
Okay.
雇用者
交差点 左
左
腕
腕
指さす
発展する
破片
Okay.
規則
Yeah. 久しぶり I've been doing pretty well. How have you been doing? What have you been up to?
香港
Hong Kong. Seems like my Japanese have going well. Been going pretty well, yes.
原爆
You just moved back with parents the last couple of months, finally situated? Oh. What is the occasion? What are you doing now? Okaeri nasai? Ne?
両腕
起
比
立
率 祝日の祝日 Oh. That's a national holiday. Shikuju?
祝日
Went through a small breakup. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, your family and friends being around great support systems can get you back on your feet. On a time like the present, looking for a brighter tomorrow, right? But now you're saving money living at home, not a bad deal. That's fair enough. That's saving quite a chunk on rent. What method or app or anything do I think has been the most effective in my journey? They're relatively different. Kind of, thanks, Paragon. You're doing good now? Excellent. So here's the thing about being effective. Effective would imply that they generally are comparable, but they're not very comparable. So if I had to give a hot take on this, like the TLDR on the hot take, I choose apps and methods and whatnot because they don't overlap with each other. So effectively, they cannot be compared to each other. Hence the whole idea of journey and not a destination, right? In order for me to compare them, it would be to take a destination approach, which is which one got me more progress in Japanese. And the short answer in that is, in my journey, everything got me closer to the destination. So, however, if you want to ask, like, maybe effectiveness is measured in what could effectiveness be measured in that makes the apps comparable to each other? We could say SRS. SRS is something that overlaps with all of them. What was more effective? I do like my flexibility. So, Boom Pro has more flexibility. I guess, did one be more impactful than the other? Impactful has the same deficiency as effectiveness, right? When you're using the word impactful, there's no metrics to it. So when it comes to impactful, for example, we have impactful and effectiveness. The question is how do we measure it, is the comment that I was making. So one way you could measure effectiveness and impactful, I mentioned the word progress. But progress is not specific enough either. Because if you're talking about a journey, everything promotes a journey. Now, in order for something to be impactful or effective, you would think of it as a destination. So which one, like, say you started, this is the starting line. And then what's more effective or impactful is, like, say app A did this much, app B did this much, app C did this much, app D did this much. So then you would argue by the proportionality of these apps, this would be the most impactful. And to make it a little bit more way, this is not how destination people view things. They view them this way. So here's the starting line. And here's app A. Here's app B. Here's app C. And here's app D. And then the destination is over here. So now the question is, how do we measure these? And I don't know what you mean, what you're referring to. If you gave me a criteria in which they are measured that's common between them, then I can probably tell you which one's more impactful. So when I'm thinking of SRS, for example, all of the apps deal with SRS. So the D is probably the most flexible. So in this case, Boom Pro kind of takes the lead for being flexible. So the measure here is its flexibility, and the destination is, I don't know, schedule. So then the thing with the most flexible schedule was the most impactful one. That would be how I would answer it. This is how I view things, the journey, right? But it's not quite that. Now, when you take a journey approach to things, which is the process matters situation, the actual diagram is you start with start, you do app A, then you do app A plus B, then you do app A plus B plus C. Then you do app A plus B plus C plus D. So none of them are more impactful than the others. Because without one, there's no other. And that's the journey. So the journey is how effective are all of them? All of them are effective. Are they more impactful than the other ones? It's hard to tell, because A impacted B, which impacted C, which impacted D. This would be the journey perspective. This would be the destination perspective. Do I still use Duolingo? I do still use Duolingo. We have to go back to it eventually, because I haven't completed the project. Largely it's time. Time made it very difficult. So WaniKani is projected to, quote unquote, go into maintenance in July sometime. So is Hansa Hero, which is Chinese. Is expected to be around July, actually. Both of them are expected to be July. Boom Pro is this year's project. So the bun is 2026. Duolingo was 2024, and then Duolingo is probably gonna be involved in 2027, something like that. There's another project that's involved. So this is what I mean by the journey doesn't end. Like, the apps don't end, they typically are involved in each other. So it's very difficult to answer whether they're impactful for me. They're always impactful. I don't forget them. It's not like I'm gonna forget what Duolingo is. or forget what WaniKani or Hanzihiro or Bunpro does. A lot of the stuff that I do with WaniKani, actually, I talked about this in my reviews. A lot of the stuff that I talk about and do in WaniKani was in Duolingo, like the things that I learned along the way and what I did in Duolingo. It's reinvested in WaniKani, and then WaniKani is being reinvested in Bunpro right now. So that's kind of the idea. But they don't really go away. Their impact hasn't stopped anywhere. Generally, when you're thinking about destinations, when you use something and when you stop using it is when it stops. It stops being effective, right? The effectiveness stops. That would be goal-oriented. This is goal-oriented thinking. Even if I did stop, right? Say I used Duolingo. Duolingo is A, by the way. Duolingo, and if I stop using it, right? I stop using Duolingo, that doesn't mean it stops being effective. It doesn't mean that. Usually I take whatever I learn from Duolingo and it persists. So if you're asking, like, if you don't understand what I'm trying to say here, I can illustrate as a metaphor. Like, as a metaphor, here's a metaphor that most people associate very well with this idea of journey. And it's not about education. Usually people don't experience the journey effect unless it's fun. So when it comes to fun, here's a metaphor. How do I illustrate this feeling that something is, the impact of something never leaves despite your journey, right? Despite your destination. Like if you achieve a goal, the impact continues to do it. I got one for you. Think about video games. Right? Think about video games. When something is fun, right? When something is fun and memorable, nowadays people on the internet would use the journey aspect with something that's fun and memorable. When something is grindy and goal-oriented, they usually think of it as goal-oriented. So to give you an example of what I mean by Duolingo is not no less or more impactful than WaniKani when it comes to the journey, is because I'm kind of having fun and like it's memorable. In video games, when you play a Souls game, right? If anyone plays Souls games, we'll use Souls games. So when you play Dark Souls 1 and then you go to play Dark Souls 2, do you stop thinking about Dark Souls 1 or do you make the comparison? And then when you go to play Dark Souls 3, do you think of Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 1? Their impact increases as you go along because it's the journey that matters, not the destination. Now, if you're someone who says like, oh, I played Dark Souls 3, but I never think about Dark Souls 1 or anything that comes before it, then I agree with you. Dark Souls 3 would have more impact because it's the thing that you're thinking about and you haven't thought about Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2. So the things that you forget are less impactful or less effective, basically. So in the terms of language learning, if you're one of those people who say like, oh yeah, I forgot everything that I learned in Duolingo, forgot everything, while using WaniKani, then yes, Duolingo would be less impactful than WaniKani. That hasn't happened to me. I usually end up using whatever I learn in Duolingo and hold on to the thing, or WaniKani. And then whatever I learn between these two goes on to be integrated into Bunpro. So that's kind of how I go about things. Funny story, you were using Bunpo? Oh, grammar for a while, but learned there's a Bunpro. Aren't they parent companies? I don't know who Bunpro is. Bunpo is the Japanese word for grammar. But I have no idea what Bunpo is. Oh, I guess it's a thing made for it's also a Japanese app. Oh, that's interesting. Is it good? Did you like it? They're not related to each other. Boompro's team is different from Boompo's team. That's interesting though. That dialogue, I wonder if that dialogue ever comes up. Is it about grammar too? Boompo, right? Boompo would make me think it's a grammar thing. And then Boompro, like Puro, right? Puro. This would be Puro. Boompuro, if we were gonna make these equivalent. This is like a contraction of like professional. I'm guessing this is a professional, like a software thing, and then boon, as in like sakubun, right? Boon, this boon. So that's why they use this character as their like icon for Boompo. This one must be just a grammar source. I have no idea why they used grammar. So this is the Japanese word for grammar, Boompo. Interesting. Yeah, I still use Duolingo to this day. If you want me to plug some Duolingo stuff, currently, how long has it been since we started Duolingo? I can simply tell you. About 750 days ago, because of streaks, right? Yeah, we are in the let's see. Yeah, 750 days. I use it to review whatever I did up to the point. Haven't done any lessons. Just reviewing the stuff that existed. And then we'll resume it sometime in 2027, probably. And see where we go from there. We're about the Japanese course in Duolingo has gotten restructured a couple times since the end of somewhere around the beginning of 2025 is when I had to shift my schedule to WaniKani and whatnot. So since then, I think it's somewhere around section 4 or 5, which is about halfway in the Duolingo course. And then the Chinese course, the Duolingo Chinese course, I did reach the conclusion of the Chinese course. That's how I ended the current Duolingo stuff. However, now the Duolingo Chinese course is double the length. So we will eventually go back. The 2027 will be like a different accelerated thing, where we take all of our Hanzahiro knowledge, our early Duolingo knowledge, plus WaniKani, plus Boompro, and then we'll go back and seal the deal on the Duolingo Japanese course. I will probably have a different type of perspective on Duolingo after 2 years. So in 2027, it'll be very interesting to see Duolingo from a different lens. And I can probably assure most people that my perspective is not going to be from the perspective of destination or goal-oriented things. I want to see how it changed. Like, things have changed, and how I would add what I learned from WaniKani and Boompro into the routine if someone wanted to use Duolingo, for example, and they were like, how can I make it more engaging for myself? What other things can I extract and then use Duolingo as the trigger or the recognition? That's probably what I would do. So I would bring in the WaniKani mnemonics construction that I have done, which then will bring in the flipping of input design from Boompro, and then how we would cross-reference using Jisho, because Jisho and Take Him's guide, because Boompro has a lot of things that coincide with other types of materials. So then when I go back to Duolingo, probably in 2027, it'll be a lot more knowledgeable. And what I mean by knowledgeable, it's often not about which is best, what's best or what's worse. It's more about how you make it work. And that's kind of where we are The journey is always about moving forward. And when you move forward, you always make everything that you learn work. Now, it's true that you won't remember everything. The goal is to try to remember all the things that are important to you. So whenever someone says like, oh, I think this thing is not impactful anymore, you probably forgot about it. And then when you forget about it, it is less impactful. And there are things that are less, quote unquote, less impactful about Duolingo. Like, I do not remember a lot of the katakana words. There's a lot of katakana words I don't remember because they were replaced, right? Yeah, stuff like that. So unfortunately, the irony in all of this, or maybe the easier answer in this, is we have an appreciation for what we have forgotten, and that's how I will answer your impact question. What is least impactful are the things that I forgot. I can't really tell you how much I forgot right now because I never test how much I forgot. And that would be one way to see how impactful things are. So if someone was to ask me, how do I measure impactfulness? It would be to do something, wait an extended amount of time, then go back to it and see if you remember the things. If you don't remember the things, then they are no longer impactful. So you can measure this in a way by saying, go use WaniKani, wait for a couple months, then come back and see what your retention is. If your retention is very, very short, then it was not impactful. That's how I would measure it. Not traditionally, I don't think that's how people traditionally measure impact. They typically measure it by their progress at the moment. But their progress at the moment is not impactful if they forget everything. So for myself, I talk about Duolingo a lot, largely because it's hard not to talk about Duolingo if I'm learning Japanese, because the things I learned from Duolingo is the method, like what I thought about the method and how I changed the method. And then WaniKani, I did the same. So it's very hard to not forget what I've been doing. The content there's another way to measure. There's one last thing to measure impactfulness, and that's content. And I'll let you know that in Duolingo, the 1 year of Duolingo, the content covered, I'm gonna say like 600 kanji, and I'm gonna say like 3,000 words. So that's what Duolingo is meant to build. Your kanji and your words. If you're asking, but what about sentences and grammar? It's like, these are more measurable. Sentence, grammar, probably not so measurable. So then we're already past 1 year of WaniKani, so I can compare it to WaniKani. And WaniKani is, I can pull up some numbers here so that I could give a more accurate. But we're gonna say about 1,400 kanji and 4,700 words, like right now. So it's still over a year, right? It's over a year. And then you're gonna say, well, one number is bigger than the other. Like, yep, they are. So you could argue that WaniKani is more impactful than Duolingo on these metrics alone, just these metrics. Now, if you're wondering, wait, so that means WaniKani is greater than Duolingo, right? I learned to write in Duolingo. I barely do any writing in WaniKani. Like, I only do it in like reviews, like when I pick up a particular problematic word or something. So I wrote when I was using Duolingo. I didn't write when I was using WaniKani. I write sparingly now because I wrote in Duolingo. So I write because of Duolingo. So now when you weigh this, I'm like, okay, now I'm not so sure which one's more impactful. Because the fact is, my writing translated from Duolingo. Right? But then you're like, oh yeah, but WaniKani has other things. 455 radicals up to this date. And that has some weight. But I learned all of kana from Duolingo. All my kana came from Duolingo. So which one's more impactful, knowing your kana or the radicals? Right? And the list continues, right? But now you're wondering, okay, but where does Boom Pro come into this? It's only been like, it's roughly 3 months of Boom Pro. It hasn't been 3 months. This is the third one. Where does Boom Pro come in? Well, I learned 180 grammar points from N5. And then I learned the roughly 1200 words from the N5 group. Right? But most of the 1200 words were in these 3000 words and these 4200 words. So now you have the problem of, okay, well, does that mean Boom Pro has more impact or not? Well, a lot of times when people talk about impact, they're comparing what is there and what isn't there, which makes it very difficult, because is 180 grammar points going to be more than being able to write, or more than being able to look at characters based on radicals? Because all the other things, they overlap with each other. So all of these things, they pretty much overlap with each other. And you could say, well, 600 kanji is definitely less than 1400 kanji, but 600 kanji in which I know how to write. And then you could argue like, well, these 1200 words, how do you know how many kanji they cover? They usually cover the N5. So these words cover the N5 group of kanji, which is relatively small. It's like, actually, I don't think so. I think it covers more than the N5 only group of kanji. I'm not sure. I'm gonna assume they do stick with it. So that would be like, I don't know, 100 kanji ish. Yeah. So this is where things get a little dicey. So the short answer I would answer is, if you're gonna do it by kanji count, which is what a lot of people do, they equate Boom Pro on, well, actually they don't equate Boom Pro. They just equate Duolingo and WaniKani. I only use 3 for Japanese, by the way, so far. Duolingo, WaniKani, and Boom Pro. So when it comes to comparing Duolingo and WaniKani, the quick answer often is, well, WaniKani teaches you kanji at a faster rate. And I'm like, I agree. So if that's your metric of effectiveness, then WaniKani is more impactful than Duolingo. And that's it. Like, that's the objective answer. So whenever I ask someone, what do you think is impactful? And what do you think is effective? How do you measure it? I already gave my personal answer. My personal answer is, it's part of the journey and not the destination. So generally speaking, Duolingo doesn't stop being impactful because I stopped using it or I stopped streaming it. It's there for the rest of my life. So usually when it comes to like video games, for example, whenever someone needs to understand the journey, they don't ever forget their first game. So like the journey the order matters in the journey. And then retention matters in a journey, because we have to understand that a journey is over time. So if you're asking which one is most impactful to a journey person, if you want to be superficial about it, it's Duolingo. Duolingo is the most impactful thing. The language learning journey wouldn't have started without Duolingo. And someone could argue, well, what if you heard about WaniKani first? then WaniKani would be the most impactful because it's the first thing you started with. It's not the most impactful if you forgot it, which then the journey doesn't matter anymore because you decide to forget whatever you want. So like if you forgot where you began, then you're not talking about the journey, you're talking about the destination. So like for me, I try not to forget that when I move somewhere, right? Like if I move to Japan, I try not to forget that I was American. Much like I don't try to forget that my parents are Chinese. So yes, the journey does matter. To me, personally. And that's pretty much the most long-winded way I can answer the question. I would say if you give me a metric, I can probably tell you. So if we answer like the internet way, the NetSpeak way, you provide a metric for me and I can try to tell you if I have those measured. For example, which app is more impactful for speaking Japanese? None of them, because none of them teach you how to speak Japanese. So whenever someone comes at me a lot of times when they say, oh, you're using Duolingo, you're never going to become fluent in speaking Japanese. I know, because the metric you're using is not what the app is designed to do. Like, and what I mean by speaking Japanese, I'm talking about the person's idea of speaking Japanese. They are talking about producing and constructing sentences like out of your construction. That's not what Duolingo does. Duolingo doesn't do that. WaniKani doesn't do that. Boompro doesn't do that. So none of them do. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, Boompro is better at helping you read sentences than WaniKani, I agree. But how does that make Boompro more impactful than WaniKani? It makes it more impactful than WaniKani because Boompro literally has sentence reading comprehension while WaniKani doesn't. So that's an easy question to answer. It's a very easy question to answer because the internet makes it easy. When you say that something has something and something else doesn't have something, then yes, I can answer those questions. When someone asks me, which one is more impactful on your pitch accent in Japanese? Both WaniKani and Boompro, because I added pitch accent diagrams to WaniKani, and Boompro has pitch accent diagrams by default. Duolingo does not. So naturally, I got more information about pitch accent when I was using WaniKani about halfway in, and then Boompro, I doubled down and reinforced all the pitch accent in my head while I'm using WaniKani. So in that way, it's easy to answer. WaniKani and Boompro had more impact on my pitch accent than Duolingo, because Duolingo has an absence of pitch accent. And then you can make an argument, well, which one had more natural pitch accent? WaniKani, because all of the voice samples for the vocabulary words were voiced by a person who speaks Japanese, right? At least from my ears. And they are consistently the same two people, with a minor exception. Occasionally the female speaker, there are two backup female speakers every once in a while. And then in Boompro, they use like a combination. They use a voice sample hunting systems to make all of them, but they are from native sources. So in both cases, probably that. And Duolingo is fully synthetic. So that would mean that Duolingo would be the least impactful when it comes to reproducing listening skills for pitch accent. It would be the most inconsistent for Duolingo. So those are some objective answers for impact. I can answer quite a lot more other common questions about the impactfulness of apps. So if you're not focused on any of those things, then they become irrelevant to the measurement. If you don't care about pitch accent, then technically all three of them have the same impact on pitch accent. Since you're not measuring pitch accent, there's no reason to compare them in the metric. However, a lot of times people would say that you want to have the most impact based on things you're not looking for. So, for example, if you don't know you need grammar and the app includes grammar, then it would have more impact. This is a bit more of a 50-50. I don't think things have impact if you're not looking to use them. So it's kind of like having a car, right? When you have a car and you're trying to decide which car you're going to buy. Car 1, app A, or app B. And you notice in their table, car 1, so we have features 1, 2, 3, 4. You notice in car 1, it has features 1 and 2, but it doesn't have features 3 and 4. And then in car B, you notice it doesn't have feature 1 and 2, but it has features 3 and 4. Now, oftentimes people will say, well, which one's more impactful? The more impactful one would be the features you're using. Now, in the internet world, enters car C, and car C says they have all 4 features, which is what happens a lot. Like MAKU, right? MAKU, the way they like when apps are being sold to people, like MAKU, they would compare. It would be the other way around. Actually, they do vertical stacks, but we'll use row stacks. They would say they have all these features. But if a person is only looking for these features and they're like, oh yeah, but car C is better because it has all these features. If you're not using the feature, it doesn't matter most of the time. It's negligible because you won't retain them, you won't use them, you won't be interested in them. So but the thing is, it doesn't stop someone from arguing that car C is better than car A and it's better than car B because it has more features. And that's net algo speak right there. Like this is the stuff that I always say. Car A is Duolingo, car B is WaniKani, and car C is MAKU. Sorry to put MAKU on the spot, but typically when I talk to someone would say, well, these apps are more impactful because it has more features. That's kind of the easier way, like the more typical way that I get frequently asked about these questions. For me, Duolingo did something and I spent like 99% doing it that I don't do in WaniKani. So WaniKani's, so why did I make this diagram? So 99% of the time when I was using Duolingo, I didn't do what I was doing in 99% of the WaniKani situation. And in Boom Pro, there was an overlap. So the early months of Boom Pro, there's an overlap between these two. However, now I'm using it for the sole purpose of not overlapping with these two. So I'm using Boom Pro because I'm using Boom Pro in a way, Boom Pro is very flexible. So it's flexible. So most of the time I'm using it in the way that I haven't used it before. So all three are being used in a manner that they don't overlap with each other. So I'm not like redundantly going over. Now, one thing that does overlap with all of them that I can't prevent is the Japanese. The Japanese content overlaps. And this is where most people care about. I think when everyone says what is most impactful about your journey, they mean my destination. Because my destination is the number of kanji, number of words, amount of fluency, whatever that means, amount of fluency, ability to speak, whatever that means, and ability to listen. So I can pretty much be telling you with respect to Japanese content. I can tell you that the Japanese content don't change. So like what I mean is whatever I learned in Duolingo, it's still the same content that I learned in WaniKani, which is still the same content that I learned in Boom Pro. And then someone would come up to me and say, well, aren't you wasting your time? Because you covered N5 3 times, bro. You covered N4 stuff 3 times again. And then Duolingo, we didn't get to like any N3 concepts. And then WaniKani, some of the N3 vocabulary, like WaniKani spans like up to, but not all of N1's vocabulary and kanji. And then Boom Pro does the whole thing, but we haven't gone long enough. And they're like, aren't you wasting your time doing the same thing? And I'm like, am I doing the same thing? Is this the same thing to you? Or do you mean the content is the same thing? And I would agree with you if the content's the same thing. I've been N5, N4, N5 through N3 since my Duolingo days, honestly. Like, I didn't know more or know less between the two. I do know a lot of other things, but those other things don't matter to most people when they ask me which one's more impactful. They don't value those things. And what are those things? Those things are Duolingo uses a grouping system. They group on antonyms, synonyms, visually similar things, auditorily similar things, and they are grouped by theme. And they use repetition by using multiple choice and word bank systems to construct sentences through repetition. And they do not use an SRS system. It is a static lecture-based curriculum, which is evident of formal education, which is why I spent most of my life in formal education. In WaniKani, it dispenses with any form of sentence structure, sentence formation, or even implicit grammar usage for flashcards that involve understanding radicals and characters through mnemonic devices, and those mnemonic devices are constructed through near rhymes and like eccentricities of the writers in WaniKani. Then we go to Boom Pro, who does none of those things either. It does not construct word sentences through word bubbles and whatnot. It does not associate by antonyms and grouping antonyms like synonyms and thematic use and appropriateness or writing emphasis that Duolingo does. And it also does not provide any mnemonic system or radical and character studies that WaniKani does. It tells you the dictionary forms and the dictionary exploration, like grammar explanations of things, and then you're supposed to output the typographical and the recognizable output of the words in a sentence form. So all three of them basically do not overlap in the way they input and output, which means that the vast majority of the time, in reality, 99% of your time, you are doing something different with the same content. Which, for myself, that's what matters to me, personally. Why does it matter? Because it is the same content that helps you remember how to do them. So when you're focused on the same content, but you're using different ways to input and output, it will help you remember all of the things. It's not the other way around. If you keep doing more and more content with one approach, that's what we call a grind. And then oftentimes when people talk about grinds, they're talking about doing the same thing every single day until you reach a destination. Right? And what does that sound like? It sounds like the journey doesn't matter. Because if you're going to do the same thing, what part of the journey is interesting? None of it. You're doing the same thing every single day. How can you possibly think that the journey matters if you're content with doing the same thing every single day to reach your destination as fast as possible? So there's one last element of this, and that's time. a lot of times people measure, with a lack of a better word, time. How effective and impactful something is based on how much time it is, how efficient it might be. So, is WaniKani more efficient than Duolingo? Well, let's use the method first. Well, their methods are not the same. So then we're just going to hand wave and say, let's just assume their methods are exactly the same, which is illogical, right? It's illogical at this point because I can point out that they are not the same. Otherwise, you wouldn't have two apps. It would be Duolingo versus Duolingo if they had the same method. So their method are not the same. And despite all of that, we're still going to compare their effectiveness over time because that's what people do. They think about the destination. So when you get through content, WaniKani is faster at giving you kanji exposure. And that's true. That's what people say when WaniKani is faster than Duolingo because you get kanji faster. I'm like, yeah, based on your measurements, WaniKani exposes you to kanji faster. And if you ask those people, what do you care about? They care about kanji or how fast they get kanji. And fair enough. That means that WaniKani is more impactful than both Boom Pro, actually. Both Boom Pro and Duolingo when it comes to kanji, because it's an app about kanji. So when you say which one's more impactful, you don't know the impact of Duolingo or Boom Pro if all you care about when you ask someone is how quickly do you learn kanji, because then you wouldn't know what Boom Pro actually does. So you get Boom Pro and you're like, oh, it's gonna teach me kanji like really well. It doesn't focus on kanji. It focuses on grammar explanations. And it focuses on vocabulary, of which it does not teach you what the kanji means or like kanji studies. It tells you what the words are that looks like something, which you can't identify as kanji because they don't do kanji character studies. So that's kind of the idea. What does Duolingo do? Well, in the thing that Duolingo does very effectively is thematically grouping things together. So when two kanji look very similar, they deliberately group them together. When they mean something related to each other, they tend to be grouped together. So for example, apple, ringo, and orange would be grouped together. Now, do you remember what their kanji looks like? You probably don't because they're usually in katakana, or hirakana. Right? So, but then you get like tatemono, right? Tatemono, but they never but they would probably introduce biru at some point, because tatemono and biru would be building, right? So things like that they group together. They don't care about curriculum. So Boom Pro is curriculum based. All their decks are grouped by their curriculum. So N5, N4, N3, etc. WaniKani does not. WaniKani does a staggered curriculum. So they start like 50-60% N5, then it drops down as it goes across. So like at this point, it takes to like, you have to get to like level 25 or 30 before all the N5 characters are covered, right? So they stagger across. Duolingo doesn't care about curriculum. It doesn't do the N5, N4, N3 thing. It does it by themes. Now it tries to introduce so it has a weight. So it weights N5 to going to like N3-ish. So all of them have different structures as well. So when people talk about speed, time, they are talking about learning a fixed pool of Japanese content without evaluating the method. Like that's how I feel whenever someone asks me, oh, which method or app is more impactful? It's very difficult. you have to understand that the method has to overlap first. If the method overlaps sufficiently, you might be able to compare it and contrast it, and then use metrics to measure out its impactfulness. So whenever I ask a question, when people ask me that question, are they asking me about how impactful the methods are, like what you do in the methods, like parts of the methods, or are you asking me about the results? So the results are, I've only used Duolingo incompletely for a year, and I used WaniKani over a year now, so we compare, still incompletely, so we compare the Duolingo and the WaniKani period. WaniKani does what WaniKani is advertised. They focus on kanji. You're gonna get a lot of kanji, and then enough vocabulary. It's not the focus of WaniKani. So whenever someone like in the WaniKani forum mistakes it and reads something like, oh yeah, I'm gonna learn kanji, so that means I'm gonna learn all the vocabulary words. The answer is no. Kanji and vocabulary words are two different things. So that's probably the first like realization when people use WaniKani. Like, you're gonna grab a lot of the characters, and it's not all of the characters, by the way, not all of the kanji, but you're gonna get kanji very quickly. In fact, immediately you're probably gonna rush kanji over like vocabulary words and even the radicals. In fact, the radicals are kind of disposable for most of the WaniKani users. So you get a lot of kanji. So WaniKani is most impactful for kanji. If you want to learn more about kanji studies, get WaniKani. What don't you get, or what is not focused on, you can still learn from it, but you have to do it. So what does WaniKani not do for you, but you can do for yourself when you're using WaniKani? You can try to form sentences with the characters you have. Is that really hard? Yes, it is very, very difficult because you don't practice that. You do not practice seeing any of the characters in context. You do not practice seeing even the vocabulary words in context. In fact, you don't even learn the vocabulary words as a whole. So whenever someone like, one of the most common like misunderstandings, like someone comes out of WaniKani and say like, wow, I still have so much trouble. It takes me a really long time to read full sentences, and I always have to look at every single character in order to learn in order to read the words. I'm like, that's exactly what WaniKani does. It helps you pay attention and forces you to have to look at every single character in order to remember what they are. Now, how do I know that this doesn't happen with most people, at least in my opinion, is that when they finish their WaniKani applications, they would go and say something like this. It would say, oh man, you know what? The words that WaniKani covered, they're not very useful. Why can't they just add more useful Japanese words and help me remember Japanese words? Like when I'm reading sentences, I'm still going through the radicals and thinking about my mnemonics to grab the meaning of the characters, like, because that's what WaniKani does. And when they say that as though they were implying that WaniKani helps them do that, that's when I know they were trying to do something, but they were hoping that the tool does it for them. The tool, WaniKani, does not teach you how to read sentences. I mean, it has example sentences of which you can choose to use it to the best of your ability, but it will not speed up. It will very negligibly help you speed up reading sentences fast, because you didn't practice reading sentences fast, nor did you read any of the vocabulary words in context of the rest of the sentence. People get faster at reading sentences because the sentences become repetitious themselves. So in fact, you get faster at reading sentences with Duolingo than WaniKani. which is ironic because I can't tell you if I had $1 for every time someone told me that Duolingo doesn't teach you how to read sentences, and they would say something like Anki helps you read sentences. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It depends on your deck. And whenever I look at the deck, they're like, you're learning flashcards based on the words and vocabulary. You think that's gonna improve your sentence speed? It's not. It's not going to. It's going to negligibly make you feel dissatisfied. Like, oh man, I know like 4,000 vocabulary words. Why can't I read sentences any faster? Because you haven't practiced doing that. Your input is not framed around sentences. So that's kind of my long digression about being careful, right? Being careful. Duolingo does do something. And in my opinion, here's my hot take on Duolingo. It does something implicitly that most people don't actually think about anymore. Like, for example, if you come to me and you say, there is a right way to say something. There is a right way to say something. Right? That's your social norm. If you think there's a right way to say something, and therefore what you do is you memorize this right way in order to be right. So what does this sound like? Native Japanese. Natural Japanese. If you're saying that your goal is to sound native and natural, then what do? You find out what the right way to say it is, and then you memorize it. Right? So if your mindset is this is how you measure impact. Yeah, Duolingo's garbage. Yeah, no, I'm not beating around the bush here. Like, this is not good for Duolingo. Like, Duolingo's process, the way the method works, like the way they think the method works, and how they're like your input and your output with Duolingo, it doesn't create this. It doesn't create you to recognize the exact way that something has to be done and done correctly. And that is one of the reasons why Duolingo Japanese course is kind of terrible. So when someone says, oh, Duolingo Japanese course is absolutely terrible, is because Japanese favors this. It favors this type of approach. You do not take like kudasai and put like kudasai in beginning of a sentence. Like, I don't know, kudasai ringo. That's weird. Like, what the heck? You might get away with like onegai or something like that, but that's still weird. Like, despite if you say it to someone, they're like, oh, they must have gotten it backwards, but I still understand them, but that's unnatural, right? It's unnatural. It's kind of confusing. I agree. And the way Duolingo does it is that's not how they do it. What they do is they group vocab words based on theme. And then they relate the vocab words based on what they look like and what they sound like. That's all you're doing most of the time. Like, oh, I heard this before. Okay, it sounds like this. Oh, it kind of looks like this. That's how you're getting faster. You're getting faster because you notice that this kind of looks like this, which kind of looks like this, which kind of, I don't know, which kind of looks like this, which kind of looks like this. Actually, I'm not even sure if this exists. We're just gonna pretend like this doesn't exist, right? That's how they do it. And then oftentimes, if this is a thing, then this is a thing. Because these are related in terms of their meaning being opposite, or like being different, like contrasting with each other, right? And then when you get this, right? When you get this, you obviously get this. So that's how Duolingo goes about their introduction. So now what happens when you think about a sentence? When you're saying like Ohayo, right? Ohayo, or like when you say Kyo, right? Kyo as in like today, you're like, wait, how do I say that? Is it kon? That's ima. Ima, right? Then what do you combine it with? Do you combine it with this? To get kyo. Alright, kyo. You don't know for sure, but the idea is this is how Duolingo reconstructs. You reconstruct by recognizing something that is often together, and then you reconstruct based on how common things occur based on their meaning, sound, and visuals. That's not how WaniKani works. WaniKani tells you what they build you up with the radicals. Right? These are your radicals. And then they go up from there. And then Boom Pro just straight up gives you these things. It's like, here's the English stuff. Go at it. Boom Pro like gives you a dictionary page. It explains things to you. And then all of these things. So I'll compare and contrast. If you use Duolingo Vision, you'll see one thing which is grouped with, I can think of 5 things it's grouped with right now. And then you see another thing. This is probably grouped, 2 groups, group A and group B. Yes, and group A, I can think of 3 things. So group A is coming from here, and group B is coming from here, about 4 things. So that's what Duolingo does. And these things are grouped because of their meaning, their appearance, and their sound. When you use WaniKani, you obviously see 1, 2, 3, 4. So WaniKani has 4 things, right? Roughly 3 for Duolingo. WaniKani has 4 things, and they are grouped in a different way. They're grouped by their radicals, like their occurrence of their radicals, and their character. So technically add +2 because this whole thing is one thing. So you have 6 things to think about in WaniKani. In Boom Pro, you have one thing. This is one thing. That's it. That vocabulary word is one thing. And those one thing then has synonyms, which those are grouped. That one thing is grouped into words, into meanings. So that goes back to one of the things that Duolingo does. But Duolingo doesn't explain any of that. Boom Pro explains those things. Like, hey, here's the word. It can mean all of these things, and here's our summary of it. So now if you're thinking about how do these all overlap, they all involve this one thing. Now the question is, if you didn't use Duolingo, then you don't think about these things. If you actually learned from Duolingo, which that's another big thing. When you don't care about something, you typically don't learn it. You can give someone a cooking pot, right? You can give someone a cooking pot, explain how to use a cooking pot, and they can still learn nothing. They could even use the cooking pot inappropriately because they don't care, right? So if you don't learn Duolingo, then you don't have to think about these things. Does it still get you to your answer? Yes, it does. WaniKani can still get you to your answer. It has a lot of things going on, but it'll probably be a little slower. Boom Pro only tells you it as one thing. It's like, well, yeah, that's faster, right? Now imagine, right? You have 4,000 kanji. You don't really have 4,000 kanji. Let's just go with something modest, like 3,000 kanji. But you have like 20,000 words. Do you remember the 20,000 words as 20,000 things? Or a combination of 3,000 things that go into 20,000 things? That's WaniKani. WaniKani is imagining 20,000 words, or like a larger number of things made up of a smaller number of things. That's a Legos thing. So is it easier for some people to remember how 3,000 things interact with each other to make the 20,000 things? Some people actually enjoy that. Does it take longer time? Yes, it does. Does it capture everything that the word does? No, it does not. Just like these 20,000 words can be constructed into millions of sentences. Now, is it easier to remember the words compared to the permutation of sentences? Well, yes, sort of, to the people that care. Does it capture all the essences of a sentence? No, it does not, right? And then we go into paragraphs, and you can kind of see where this is going, right? Then paragraphs is another dimension, and the thing that I'm describing is emergence. When you have emergence, it means that you need to learn at these levels of emergence for the whole picture. So oftentimes what people do is they learn some kanji, they learn some words, they learn some sentences, they learn some paragraphs with all separate things, like apps, right? Apps, there's an app for that, there's an app for this, there's an app for this, and there's an app for this. Are they better than each other in terms of the journey? The answer is no, if they don't overlap. If they do overlap, and you're comparing them, then yes, you could be wasting your time. Like you could be legitimately wasting your time if you're doing the same thing over and over again. And how do you manage to do that? If you think Duolingo is there to teach kanji, and WaniKani is there to teach kanji, and BoomPro is there to teach kanji, then you're wasting your time. And if you're asking someone to compare the impactfulness of it, really long story short, I know like lots of people don't like this long story short thing. I do this all the time, so pardon me. When someone asks me which one's more impactful, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't approach learning this way. I don't approach I'm not a reviewer, for example. Like I'm not someone who goes around and plays 14 versions of the same game mechanic and then someone comes to me and says, hey, which Souls-like game is better, is more impactful, or is better for the first person, if I want to be, I want to play Souls games. Can you tell me which Souls game is best to start? And that is assuming that I, who may be a reviewer, I suppose, played lots of Souls games and I compared them because they're similar. And then like they're slightly different, but they have different flavors of the same thing. I didn't do that, unfortunately. So for myself, the long story short is, if you want to follow my journey, the idea is that they are all impactful. And the way they are impactful is because I don't do the same thing for all of them. What I can help you, or what I can offer in response, is whenever someone asks me what's more impactful, I usually ask them, what are you looking for? Because if I know what you're looking for, I could answer that question a lot easier. And when they say, oh, what is the most impactful kanji app, right, out of all the things that I've done, or I have used, which is only these 3, by the way, so it's a very limited pool, it's WaniKani. If you want to learn how to kanji study and be like committed to kanji study, it's WaniKani. Boom Pro doesn't teach you anything about kanji. Like, you might be saying, some people say, well, it does teach you about kanji. Like, no, it doesn't. It teaches you vocabulary. Vocabulary doesn't have to involve understanding what kanji means. Like, this to someone's brain could only mean one thing. It doesn't teach you what the kanji is. There are 2 kanji here. And kanji are made of radicals. In fact, it goes even deeper. Some kanji are phonetic or sound carrying, and some kanji are meaning. And some kanji are modifiers. So that it goes with kanji study. So if you want to learn vocabulary, WaniKani is not it. On like the Boom Pro is quicker at learning vocabulary because they teach you vocabulary. They don't teach you kanji. So whenever you're like wondering, hajimemashite, does hajimemashite have a kanji in it? If you're wondering what kanji it is and you can't see it or write it, then you know that you've learned the vocabulary, but you didn't study the kanji. It's one of the it's like a phenomenon that I would love to highlight most of the time, because whenever someone talks to me about how much Japanese they know, and they tell me that I waste my time with kanji studies because it doesn't help me with anything, I ask them like, all right, can arigato be represented in kanji? It's like, well, it doesn't matter. It's usually represented in kana. Like, I understand, but what I'm trying to illustrate is, do you care that it can be represented in kanji? And what kanji would they be using for arigato? It might be a waste of time to someone else, obviously. And someone says like, well, you never need to know the kanji. It's like, I assure you, the kanji that's used, the characters that are used in arigato is used in somewhere else. So no, that would be incorrect. You do need to know some of the characters in arigato. It just happens that the word that you're learning, arigato, is in kana. So you told yourself you don't need to know the kanji because it's only one thing. Now, I like that. I like that you can do that, right? Where some people can totally read this and use it and hear it, and yet they don't have to know everything about it. That's what's really awesome about context-based learning. So this is context-based learning as well. But not a lot of people compare this as context-based learning. Why? Because there's no context to them. When someone only sees one thing here, there's no context. Like, there's no context for this. Like, if you only see this as one vocabulary word, you have no other context outside of yourself, right? It does not provide anything. And yet, I see at least 2 things. These 2 things are context for each other, because if you place like another character next to this, it's not going to make a lot of sense, or it's going to be difficult to rationalize, right? So that's what WaniKani teaches you. That's the most WaniKani can teach you about vocabulary. The most WaniKani can help you with is the idea that you can see the relationship between characters. And then you can see the relationship between radicals. So that's the most impactful thing about WaniKani. If I had to advertise WaniKani, I'm not affiliated with WaniKani, nor did I receive anything from the WaniKani team. I decided to use WaniKani because someone thought it was a great thing, and others thought it's, the conversation about Anki comes up all the time. Anki is interesting, like the actual tool is interesting. I'm not looking to consume the actual tool. The actual tool doesn't have any methodology involved. It's SRS, right? And SRS can be compared. How does WaniKani's SRS compare to Anki's SRS? Anki's current default FSRS is different from WaniKani, where it's just flexible and like the timing is different, and it does like the how you evaluate your answers, right? So it's a lot more dynamic. Does it matter to me? No, that's where it doesn't matter to me. When someone says it doesn't matter how you study, how you learn, it's whatever gets the job done. I use that perspective when someone tells me that SRS matters. The nature of SRS to me does not matter because I choose my own schedules. I schedule based on things that I understand. I spent my entire lifetime learning how to schedule things and space things out. So regardless if there's an automatic device that is keeping track of things, I don't use them. Hence, there's no mistakes. Like I don't use the mistake tracker or something in both Duolingo, WaniKani, and BoomPro, and Hanzahiro. All of them have mistake trackers. I don't use mistake trackers because I will space out and retain them on my own thing. Is it gonna work better? I don't know. I don't actually know. Does it matter to me? No, it doesn't. So much like when people say that it doesn't matter how you learn a vocabulary word as long as it gets you there, that's perfectly fine. If I ask someone the easy way to really demonstrate how they learn the vocabulary is because I did those things. So because I learned through Duolingo, WaniKani, and BoomPro the same vocabulary words, I can tell you, I can kind of tell how they approach things by asking them, what do they see? What do you see here in this character? What does this character mean to you? If it can only mean pass through, then you have 1 point of failure. As in, the moment you forget pass through, you can't remember this thing anymore. So my encouragement oftentimes when people ask me which is better, which is more impactful, if they are not overlapping, then they are all impactful. Whether you use them is how you're going to determine their impact. So if you choose to forget the mnemonic that built this, then it is no longer impactful, which is what most people in WaniKani do. What they do is they learn to memorize this vocabulary word. They don't care about how, because the moment they can memorize the vocabulary, it doesn't matter how they did it. So when they forget something, they have to go back to the how that they no longer remember. And that's how people treat Duolingo, for example. If Duolingo is what they first started, because they tell me the journey matters, right? When Duolingo, when they first started, they're like, oh man, I just realized Duolingo is really bad. There's so many things it lacks. Then they move on to Anki, right? And then I asked them, so what did Duolingo do for you that led you to Anki? It's like, Duolingo is garbage. Anki is the only thing that worked. It's like, I beg to differ. You did something first that led you to Anki. But if you disagree with me and you say that it doesn't matter, it only matters what works, destination. It's only impactful if it's useful. And then when you go on to do something better like Migaku, right? Migaku, then Anki ceased to exist. Nowadays, by the time you get to Anki, and then you start to integrate Migaku, you get both Anki and Migaku, which is what makes most language learners successful. In my opinion, what it's discovered later on the road that doesn't include Duolingo, because Duolingo is usually the first thing they have, is what they decide is that, oh, we can use tools that are not overlapping. Which is where the word supplementary, used incorrectly by the way, supplementary and complementary comes up. To me, most people use supplementary as though it was complementary. Or they mistake complementary for supplementary. How does that work? This is my last point. Sorry, I'm like in a digression mode. It's really fun talking about these things. I love talking about process-oriented thinking as many times as I can. So Anki, Duolingo, and WaniKani. These are the only things that I drew that chart, right? For example, if I chose Anki, right? This is complementary. Oops. Eventually, and it's usually past the Duolingo phase, because usually Duolingo is first. Over time, people will understand, at least in my opinion, they will come to understand that it is far more balanced and sustainable when you use different tools that complement each other. As in, they don't overlap in the way they teach you things or do things. So in this way, you will use Duolingo in a manner that doesn't overlap with the Anki, which doesn't overlap with WaniKani if you're using all three of those tools. You're looking for things that complement each other. And then oftentimes, what most people do is they think that Duolingo is supplementary. As in, when you're supplementary, when you supplement something, they overlap. They overlap, but they kind of add based on overlapping. Like, for example, repetition. Repetition is often used as an argument for a supplementary. And whenever I hear someone say, oh, I use Anki to supplement my immersion, which is usually through something like MAKU. And MAKU is used as a tool for sentence mining, for example. I can say most of this because it's been a couple great years for language learning, and all these like jargon has come up quite consistently for me to be fairly confident in knowing what I'm saying nowadays. MAKU. So when you're immersion, Anki is a supplement to the sentence mining in MAKU. Because when you sentence mine, you put it back into Anki. But in a way, it's both complementary and supplementary. Because the supplementary thing is exposure to how they interact with the Japanese and the English. Now, when you think about it in this way, it's like, can someone understand what's the difference between complementary and supplementary? The difference between these is the method. So oftentimes when method comes into question, you have to understand if it's complementary or supplementary. When it's supplementary, you can measure impact. You can compare impact, is more like it. So when they do the same thing, it's a lot easier to measure comparative impact. When they are complementary, it's not quite clear which has the most impact, because their methodology, when they complement, means that they have a delta in methods. So the way MAKU sentence mine from your interaction of your native content through immersion is different from when you create your Anki card and then look at Anki and then get the input and repetition from there. What happens is oftentimes people generalize this by repetition of the same content. So if the content stays the same, as in the Japanese word is the same, it's considered as repetition. And because it's repetition, everything is supplementary. And that's the way Duolingo early on, when people learn again, when they start to learn, like self-study, they equate supplementary things to complementary things. Duolingo doesn't do what Anki does. Therefore, it doesn't make them supplementary to each other. It makes them potentially complementary to each other. But that doesn't stop someone from thinking, oh, it's just basic repetition. So if it's repetition of the same content, then they're supplementary to each other. And that's how you get the current dogma of the internet. For example, if running, I'll use a different one. If running gives you cardiovascular health, right? Gives you cardio, and walking also gives you cardio, then they're supplementary to each other. And on the internet, how would an internet person convince you about which one's best? It would say which one is more efficient. And yet, running and walking are complementary to each other. So on the internet, what happens is when someone says, oh, I can't get into shape because I can't run. You can walk. Can you walk? And the person's going to argue, well, running is more efficient than walking. So why would I want to walk if running is better? Because they think it's supplementary to each other. So if running is better, you never have to walk. And that is what I'm addressing here for language learning. So if Duolingo works, right? If Duolingo is working in the way that you intend it to work, like it gets you in the door, it helps you maintain that streak, you know what it is that work. Now, if you go to WaniKani and you're like, whoa, Duolingo is supplementary to WaniKani, then you drop Duolingo, right? Because there's no reason for you to use Duolingo if you think Duolingo is supplementary to WaniKani. That means what you're using those two tools to do is the same, as in they can compare each other because they're supplementary to each other. However, if you're looking at Duolingo and it's like, oh, I love my Duolingo streak, and then meanwhile you go to WaniKani, it's like, dude, there's no streak on WaniKani, then they're officially complementary to each other. So when you say that, the first thing that goes in your brain wouldn't be, in my opinion, would be illogical. This would be the illogical brain. You're like, okay, so WaniKani doesn't have streaks. How do I add streaks to WaniKani? The moment you add streaks to WaniKani, then you don't need Duolingo anymore. Because the thing that worked on Duolingo, you have in both devices, in my opinion, right? In my opinion, because you don't care about everything else. The whole idea is that there are two different systems. And if you learn how to use both systems to learn Japanese, those are complementary ways to learn something. Why is this important to me? And I'm going to end with this TLDR. This is my hot take. Since Procall has gotten me in the mood of digression. Here's my hot take. And it's really hot. When you learn how to farm complementary strategies, it makes you a better critical thinker. And that's my plug. My plug. Thank you, Tom Nook, by the way, if you're still here. Oh, I mean, not Tom Nook. All of this is to set up for the very thing that the plug is, that when you want to learn something, you probably want to learn how do you get the security of learning. If you acquire a lot of complementary strategies, you're going to end up like, in my opinion, the hot take is you're probably going to end up like me and say, anything works. It doesn't matter how impactful most things are. I will combine and put together a method all together, subtract and add, so that they're all impactful. Because I don't want to waste my time, you know, like I don't use that phrase a lot of times, but I don't want to waste my time doing the same strategy to learn something. So this is one of the quote unquote, a lot of people call this a trap. The trap is when someone they use Anki, and then every time they go to do something else, like they use Migaku, they convert Migaku into Anki. And then when they look at Duolingo, they keep saying, let me convert it back to Anki. And they go into another one. And it's like, oh, hey, this is cool. Satori Reader is pretty sweet. Let me convert that back to Anki. So what happens is this person has 1 point of failure. They literally want everything to feel like Anki. So the moment they grind and burn out of Anki is the moment that it doesn't matter what these tools do. They were never used for the intent or their design that complements Anki. You only had one strategy and you stuck to that strategy, and it could work. It could also mean that you put all your eggs in one basket, and that's perfectly fine if you succeed. If this fails, then everything else fails. And over my last 2 years, using Duolingo, WaniKani, and now Boom Pro, right? Over 3 years now. We're going into our 3rd year. Or over 2 years, sorry. Over 2 years. So we're going into our 3rd year. The idea is that I don't want a single point of failure. The idea is if WaniKani fails, it doesn't affect the success of Duolingo in my journey or Boom Pro. However, I can use Boom Pro and Duolingo to help WaniKani succeed because they are complementary to each other. They're not supplementary to each other. The different ways you learn are goated when you have all those ways with you. The moment you think that there's one best way is that when the best way fails, I got one more hot take for everyone. When you focus on one best way, as in what is the most impactful, one best way, when that fails, the time it takes to find another best way will be made up so much over the course of the time by someone who thinks of 3 good ways. And the odds go even better when someone knows 7 reasonable ways. Because they would spend less time doing this. And that's what I call the internet hustle culture. The internet hustle is they will sell you based on the best way, one-stop shop tool. And the reason why I know that is because most people, when they ask about questions and advice and recommendations and whatnot, they constantly ask, what is the most of something? What is the least of something? Because if you know the one best way, you think that that would summarize how to go about it. But for me, what I convert when someone asks me what is the best way, I tell them about all the ways that I do know and then compare and contrast between them. Because I want them to know, at least in my opinion, if you guys are still around, I want to encourage most people to understand that you are smarter than a single tool. You are far more, your journey encompasses far more methods and applications than a single tool. Not that I'm suggesting, not Tom only thinks in one way or a linear way. I'm using my own way to plug that if you're a learner and you like problem solving and you want to develop these skills, usually most the way to demonstrate that you do this, you would ask hey,
what are the different strategies that you have extracted from these different applications so that I can form a better idea of what I can get from this. Like, oh, what have you learned from all of these strategies? What are the methodologies that stick out, that do not overlap or complement each other in your years of experience? Those would be, like, in my opinion, the questions that kind of tells me that, oh yeah, this person, they're looking for things that they will remember for a lifetime. They're not looking for things that are to be replaced. So if you're always constantly focusing on the best, then there can only be one best. If you're avoiding, the opposite is true too. If you're avoiding one worst case scenario, then you'll only be able to deal with one worst case scenario. And for myself, I've used 3 things so far for Japanese language learning. And those 3 things are 3 options. They have their pros and cons, right? They have their pros and cons, and I use them for non-overlapping situations for the goal of one common goal. Now, I do use them for the reason they complement each other, right? I use them literally to complement each other. And me, personally, as a problem solver, I introduce all of their strategies to each other as supplementary. So when I'm using WaniKani, I'm thinking of how the information that I learned through Boom Pro, like the way I learned through Boom Pro, and to Duolingo. These things are going to be supplementary to what WaniKani does. When I'm using the tool itself, I'm using it for the reason that it is complementary to Boom Pro and Duolingo. So when I'm literally using the tool, I'm focusing on all the things that don't overlap with each other, because those are the most valuable things you can get. If that isn't enough, if they overlap too much, right? If they overlap too much, then they become less impactful. They are less impactful if they overlap. Not any one become less impactful, all of them do. So when Anki overlaps with WaniKani, and then when WaniKani overlaps with Duolingo, which then all 3 of these, right, overlaps with MAKU, when they overlap, they have less efficiency. A lot of people would call this redundancy, right? They would begin to serve redundant functions. And that, to me, is the trap of progress, the appearance of progress. That I think a lot of people focus on. Why do I bring up appearance of progress? It's because that is why people talk about what's the best and what's the worst. When they think about what's the best and what's the worst, is to avoid this trap of having the appearance of progress. That appearance of progress is due to the nature that you have multiple things that do the same thing because you want it to do the same thing. You want Anki to be exactly like WaniKani. I've heard this so many times. Like, hey guys, WaniKani sucks because WaniKani doesn't have the same features that Anki does. It's like, no kidding, it doesn't. It's complementary. Like you're trying to get yourself to learn a different way. But what most people do is they would take something they love or works or identify as because they know it's the best, and they want to convert all of the other things they use into the same thing. So whenever, this is a real example, anecdotal from me, I'm going to show some discretion, but 4 or 5 people have come to me recently over the last couple of years, and they said something like this. They say, I don't get it. Why whenever I start something new, Like, I try to start something new, it's never the same as the things that I love and want. It's because they're meant to be different. And, like, they're meant to be different. They're created by different people. There are different ways to enjoy the quote-unquote same thing. Like, but these people, in my opinion, it's not that they're incapable of liking new things or thinking different ways. If you do this long enough, to me, it's called advanced aging. I would call this advanced aging. So what do I mean by advanced aging? Advanced intellectual aging. This is when you take a 17-year-old kid, or even better, we'll make this about social media and the internet and TikTok and doom scrolling and brain rot. Actually, advanced intellectual aging is brain rot. That is a pretty big leap, so bear with me. This is a bit hot. What is advanced intellectual aging? You get targeted to think a certain way so quickly and early on that you have no other options left. Like, other options are no longer emotionally, biochemically, like neurochemically, exciting or interesting anymore. Your curiosity is destroyed. Advanced intellectual aging is when curiosity is gone. Curiosity is gone and agency is gone. So this does that really, really well. The internet does that super, super well. And I don't think it's intentional. I don't think like companies and businesses, the first thing they thought about is, wait, what if we're negligently responsible for brain rot in young adults or in any adults or kids that want to learn something? Because if we keep selling them on the idea of everything is targeted for them, it's the best thing since sliced bread, doesn't that mean that they only stick to one thing for the rest of their lives at the expense of our, well, you know, at the gain of our business revenue? Like, well, yes, it does, but it's only happened retroactively. So nowadays, when you think about kids, right, 17-year-olds or 18-year-olds, I'm not sure how old whoever I'm talking to or whoever is listening to this, if you are a young person, and when I mean young, I'm talking about intellectually young. You are still young as in you're interested, you want to learn another language. You're like, oh man, when you see a bunch of apps on the screen, you're like, they're all interesting. I want to use all of them for what they are. You're still intellectually young. When you become an old hat, like a 70-year-old man, sorry about choosing a man, but non-gender specific, like say a 70-year-old person, right? When you're a 70-year-old person, you can have the luxury to say, I've experienced enough, I'm curious enough for a long enough time, I don't need to change my ways anymore. I know what life has to offer. But when you're 17 and all you can think about is that you learn something and it's the best way, so you never have to relearn or learn anything new or be excited or curious about some new experience, that's what I call advanced intellectual aging. It's very similar to brain rot because you have no motivation to ever want to try new things. Not only are new things going to possibly be better, they can also be worse. Or they can just be mid and non-changing. When I said worse and mid, that's probably the only thing those brain rotted advanced age intellectual aged people will think. They're like, wait a minute, I already do the best thing. Anki is the best thing since sliced bread. Why would I ever need to change the way I learn or input? Because Anki is the best. It's never going to change. Let's convert everything into Anki. That's what I can do. It's like, well, yes. And once Anki fails, then you have to go all over again and recommit to something else. You did not diversify your level of understanding or critical thinking skills. You can't solve problems if you never encounter new problems. You can't, like, there's so many things you're incapable of doing, like thinking out of the box, right? The whole idiom thinking out of the box. nowadays is thinking outside the frame of your internet, your targeted internet source. So when it comes to language learning, I think one of the most impactful, so I'm gonna do one last hot take for what Not Tom helped inspire here. What is the most impactful thing about apps is that there are many of them. And when you have many of them that you can see how they are different, and then you use them to find out if the way they are complementary to each other is impactful, then you try to keep as many of them as possible. If there are too many, you have to groom out the ones that don't have enough complementary strategies, because those would have less value over time. So if you ever want to build a routine for language learning, you're looking for different complementary strategies, and you're looking forward to testing them. Like, oh, this one kind of sucks. Let's go find another one. Let's go find another one. And eventually you'll come up with a list. And for myself so far, I haven't been language learning long enough, right? A grain of salt, take it with a grain of salt. I haven't been language learning nor testing enough apps myself personally that I've reached a point where there's redundancy, where like there's legitimate redundancy, as in the tools themselves have nothing to offer that makes them not exist, right? And here's one of the it's a catch 22. I forgot what that idiom is. For tools to exist, they have to be significantly different enough to warrant its existence. If one always thinks that tools are constantly supplementary to each other, then their existence do not warrant their that logic. So for example, when someone says Anki does everything Duolingo does, I literally get this comment the entire first year most of the time. Anki does everything Duolingo does but better. I'm like, okay, then why does Duolingo exist? And why does Duolingo have more users than Anki? Now someone could argue, but Duolingo, what they did was they advertised a lot, and they like made memes, and they did the social networking thing. Doesn't that make Duolingo different from Anki? It's like, no, it doesn't make Duolingo different from Anki, because it's not what's important. It's not what that matters to them. It's like, well, yeah, that's called a double standard, my friend. If you operate in life with double standards, then everything can seem like you're always right. Like, so you don't care about the social media and that they advertise and create memes and engagement. So therefore, somehow you think that Anki does everything that Duolingo does only because you rationalize that all the things it doesn't do doesn't matter. That's fair enough. I'm not here to gaslight you to thinking that, but hear me out. Because I do this, you can't gaslight me into thinking that pretending all the things that don't matter somehow makes two things the same. That's preposterous. That's illogical. That's literally being not objective. Like, I could totally be subjective as long as you don't try to gaslight me in saying you're being objective by ignoring everything that it is not, or like the things that don't matter because it's part of it. Like, someone once argued, I think, oh yeah, I don't know who it was. I think it might have been James, who argued that open source versus proprietary, where like, oh well, you know, these two things are basically the same thing, because as long as you like get rid of the advertisement, you know, like proprietary has it might not be James, actually someone else said something like this, where they like, well, they don't need to advertise because they have money to advertise. They don't need to like differentiate or make opponents, but that's the very nature of what they are. So you're saying that the only reason why something is better than something is because the very nature of the thing makes them worse. And my first thought is like, okay, so you're saying that in order for proprietary software to compete with open source software, is that proprietary software stops acting like proprietary software. So that makes them open source, which then open source competes with open source. That is what happens with Duolingo arguments all the time. Duolingo is not Anki. So objectively treat it that way, not subjectively try to make them the same, so that somehow they're comparable. If you want to be objective about it, put all the chips on the table, right? So, and then the impact is very difficult. Like, how often do, like, I'll give one last, I keep saying one last, it's like a broken record. I'll give one last anecdote for this. When someone asks me, what is the most common thing I hear people mention when it comes to language learning? Despite not initiating the app, Duolingo comes up like 10 times to 1 against Anki. And despite all of that, I still think that eventually the Duolingo users are one and the same as the Anki users. And all of that still translates to the idea that when someone becomes an Anki user, they somehow forget the impact that Duolingo had on their language learning, because they think about this one-stop shop thing. So then they will retroactively go back and say, hey guys, I use Anki, and you might as well just skip over Duolingo because there's nothing of value in Duolingo. Anki does everything that Duolingo does. And then now we're back to the original argument where, like, does it? Does it do the same thing? And honestly, I have more evidence to suggest that it does do the same thing than not the same thing. And that's the weird part. Like, why do I think that? Because when someone looks at this, it's a word. When you look at Duolingo, the only thing you're responsible for is the word. So the irony here is whenever someone says Anki or like SRS, like flashcards, obviously this is WaniKani, but like when I see them, so I went around and I looked at how people interact with the Anki, right? Like just to get an idea, because I don't use Anki. I look at it and it's like, okay, so they're learning the word. All right, so they output. All right, they translate. Okay. And then I look at Duolingo and I'm like, you're right. It's Anki with extra steps. Like, my first thought is, wow, I mean, like, I agree with him. The way people interact with Anki is Duolingo with extra steps. Like, what I mean is it's Anki with extra steps. So like Anki takes out these extra steps that Duolingo has. So if you remove them, then Anki would be better, right? Anki is better because it removes the extra steps. What are the extra steps? Dragging the rest of the sentences, the rest of the words, right? Figuring out the grammar because they don't explain grammar, right? And then what is Duolingo? Duolingo is Boom Pro with extra steps, right? Duolingo is Boom Pro with extra steps because since they don't explain the grammar like Boom Pro, this is the argument for Boom Pro, by the way. That's how I came across Boom Pro. Someone explained to me that, oh, Boom Pro is better than Duolingo because it explains the grammar in order to learn the grammar. Duolingo does not explain it because it's implicit. It's based on pattern recognition. So if you recognize the pattern, you have to delineate how the grammar plays out, right? Meanwhile, Boom Pro is explicit. So now hear me out. When you say Anki with extra steps and Boom Pro with extra steps, it is assumed that these extra steps are meaningless. Right? These extra steps are meaningless. They're meaningless to that person. And now I'm finally in the correct mindset. I can understand now how I can defend people's position that Anki is comparable to Duolingo and Duolingo is comparable to Boompro and vice versa. Because what they want and what they're looking for, the impact and the efficacy of that tool is based on what they are selectively desiring from it. Despite the methodology being intrinsically so different from each other, down to the input and the output, they are so dramatically different. And all of that stuff does not matter to these people because they're extra steps. So when you do this, right? When you do this and you type an answer and you type the translation, which is what I do each and every day, did it help me see sentences? It did not. What are those extra steps do in Duolingo? It helps me see the sentences. Right? And that's what Boompro does. So now where am I getting my sentence fix from Boompro? And then what does Boompro doesn't do when WaniKani does? Oh, I think about the radicals every time. So in Boompro, I try to think about the radicals, but it doesn't emphasize the radicals or the characters or the kanji or like kana only things, right? So there is the end of this long discussion. How impactful? Now we go back to Tom's, not Tom's, first comment or first question. Unfortunately, every single thing that I've done so far, I haven't done it enough and fast enough because I'm not trying to hustle along language learning. I haven't done anything long enough in which they are fundamentally redundant with each other. Since they are not fundamentally redundant with each other, it's hard to compare them. I took what is complementary about all of the things and I supplemented it into one routine. So technically I am doing one similar routine where the primary activity is the app itself. So yeah, when I fiddle around Duolingo, it's not the same as Anki, or like it's not the same as WaniKani. And then when I fiddle around in Boompro, it's not the same as WaniKani. So there's really, it's very effectively difficult to ask what the impact is. I think it's a lot easier for someone who feels like they're doing the same thing. So they're like using 3 tools, but they all do the same thing in order for them to easily say which one's more impactful. And that's like the whole kanji thing, N4, N5. So if Duolingo only teaches N5 content, right? Like if you assume that Duolingo only offers N5 and WaniKani only covers N5, if that's true, right? And then Boompro only covers N5, then you can possibly compare their impactfulness. Because your goal, the thing that you're measuring is how well it covers the same content. Which that means that you're measuring how comprehensive Boompro, WaniKani, and Duolingo is. And ultimately Duolingo is going to lose because Boompro explains most things. And then Boompro is going to win out because it explains more things than WaniKani. Like literally explains things. Because the thing that WaniKani explains is not the thing that it is. What leads to what it is. So like the radicals, you don't need to know the radicals to use the end game, which is the content. So in the long run, how does this all line up? In terms of efficacy or impact, my impressions are, this is not my opinion, but I'm going to use other people's opinions because I don't have one on this really. The order of the language learning apps that I have used is that Boompro is overall more impactful than WaniKani, and then WaniKani is more impactful than Duolingo. And that is the hot take that I get. This is the hot take that the internet believes. At least my impression of it. So that would be the answer. So two hours later, the answer to Not Tom's question is that Boom Pro is more impactful than WaniKani, that's more impactful than Duolingo. Of the 3 apps that I've used, this is based on the idea of Japanese content. It's not based on the other thing that I spent 80 to 90% of the time talking, which is the idea to develop learning strategies, to curate and promote critical thinking skills in the way that you need in order to retain information that you want and can use. And that is when I say all 3 of these are different significantly enough that you cannot compare them when you are not focused on Japanese content, but you're concentrated on learning. If you're concentrating on learning, these guys are very difficult to know. So I put an equal sign on the bottom just in case. Very difficult to know which one's more effective. Because if you don't show up for WaniKani, then it's less effective than Duolingo. If you don't show up for Boom Pro, then still less effective than Duolingo. And why do I keep picking Duolingo? Because most people show up for Duolingo. And that's where they invested most of their design and intent. You have to show up for Duolingo, and the most consistent thing that shows up in people's conversation, despite they keep saying it's useless, right? It's not useful for Japanese content, is because Duolingo is very useful for learning. Like what are they learning about? It might not be Japanese content, right? Like some people might not be learning any Japanese content from Duolingo, but they are learning something. They are learning how Duolingo can keep you walking through the door. And yet that is not the first lesson they take. People do not take the Duo. And how do I prove this? Because when they go to WaniKani, the first thing they're going to ask is, hey, can we get a streak system? Can we get a streak system in Duolingo? I mean, in WaniKani, can we get more things that motivate us? Because I'm having trouble staying consistent. Because it doesn't feel rewarding enough. What do you think Duolingo does? So then when they go like Boom Pro, like, oh man, Boom Pro is kind of grindy. Like, can we get more streak systems? Boom Pro has a streak system, by the way. Boom Pro also has badges. All your trackers, they have forum engagement. What does that sound like to me? I mean, Boom Pro lacks one thing. It lacks a YouTube channel that is like active, active YouTube channel. And now it's starting to sound like something else. What does it sound like? It's starting to sound like Duolingo. So that's what happens. And it's based on your first experience. So whenever someone starts with Anki, I can't tell you how many things is just Anki with extra steps. Migaku, Anki with extra steps. Anime, Anki with extra steps. Vlogs, podcasts, a Genki textbook. Everything is Anki with extra steps. That's rough. That's a rough life to live, in my opinion. Personally, I'm projecting a little bit because I don't want to live like this. So, your own prerogative. I don't want everything to be the same. So, I'm not a one-trick pony, basically. I don't like being a one-trick pony. So, for me, yeah, my sessions, they're very different. They're very different. And I'm trying to illustrate that. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of time to illustrate that. Like, when I was using Duolingo, I was comparing my experience with Duolingo Japanese course with my experience with Duolingo Chinese course and comparing it with my Duolingo Spanish course. But since I didn't have enough time to do Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish together with WaniKani and Hanzahiro on top of that, I had to scrap it. So we're going to have to get back to that in a different way. Because I'm going to be interacting with both of them, all three of them, differently. Even if it's within Duolingo, I want them to be different in the sense that if they were all the same, then I'd be doing the same thing. So WaniKani is very similar to that. I don't treat Boom Pro like I do the same for WaniKani. I think Anki has gotten a bit of a... To me, people project Anki as a misrepresentation of what it does. It keeps track of things you want to remember. It's an excellent tool to keep track of things you want to remember with the least amount of steps. And there's a double edge to that. When you try to remember something with the least amount of steps, it's the least memorable. Because you don't do any other steps. So do you want to stick with Anki for the rest of your life? Then by all means. If the answer is yes, then go for it. Like, I'm not gonna get in the way of your happiness. I don't want to sit there and think like, man, I gotta convert everything to Anki. That's kind of not my jam. It's kind of like saying nowadays it's very common for people to play one video game for the rest of their lives because that's what gives them hope, joy, and expertise. It's your prerogative. I rarely ever want to play the same game. Like, what I mean is I don't want to play the same iteration of the same game over and over again because I can't find joy and desire and intellectual curiosity in something else, right? As much as I love Clair Obscure from last year, hats off to Sandfall to move beyond Clair Obscure, and I'm looking forward to their next game. As opposed to sitting there and it's like, oh, it's never gonna hit the same. Like Clair Obscure, if they do a sequel, it's never gonna hit the same as the first one. Of course it's not. It's your first one. Language learning, it's never gonna hit the same as your first language learning app. And oftentimes it's Duolingo. And the rough part about Duolingo is the reason why it's one of the first for quite honestly most people is because it's part of the journey. So if you want to weigh impact, I would say a lot of times when someone says Duolingo gives you a false sense of security, it makes language learning feel like it's supposed to be easy, and therefore it gives you like this false impression that you're actually learning anything. I mean, Anki does the same thing, so does WaniKani, so does everything else that you systematically and biasly, subjectively think it makes it easier. Because it's actually not the act of making things easier that you learn something. It's the act that it is sufficiently hard for you in order for you to learn something. It's not the other way around. Hot take, I understand. There's a lot of steps and another 3-hour digression behind why something has to be sufficiently difficult, not efficiently min-maxed for convenience, that lead to greater growth and learning neurologically and like behaviorally. So oftentimes when people talk about what's most impactful or efficient or effective, they're talking about what's most easy with the highest output. Usually that they're oxymoron, they're paradoxical to each other. The most impactful thing is typically the hardest, most challenging thing that you can sustainably do, not the most effective or efficient way, as in the easiest way in which you can get progress towards something that you yourself think is easy enough for you to get. It's not about making things easier, it's about making things bearable enough for you to try at its hardest. Anyways, I'm done. My bad. Alright, let's get back. Oops.
通販
Tuhan. Tuhan. Okay.
触
触
る
る. Yeah, we're not playing Kiwami 3 today. We're giving up Kiwami 3 today. I haven't digressed in like 2 weeks, I think. I was just pulling all my thoughts out there. Always appreciate the questions. Whoever provides. Got a lot of background writing and thoughts going on.
国
国
境
境
自動販売機
Right?
株
株
式
式
届く
届く What? Okay. What? Pretty sure this is quantity, right? So, 100? Huh. Oh, no. Yo.
肩
肩玉 How's the 玉審
審判
判ごめんなさい
群れる
Fine, same difference. Okay.
原型
Yes? No. Uh,
生きがい
Ikigai. Oh, it's the same thing.
特質
特質
提供
提供提供
やりがい記
技
述
術 Say what? Oh. Wow.
上術
Or mentioned above. Like that.
渋谷本
本
質
質 Hmm. Used to. I thought that was kind of like trait. Main. What is the main like quality? Just like nature or like essence?
環境
Kankyo. Environment. Environment.
A 便
Giving. Oh no, Keishi. Keishicho.
警視庁
Keishicho. Pretty sure it is. Building. Maybe office. Fair enough.
典型的
Denkei-teki.
武士
面
警察庁
解消
Uh, like feeling of worth? Worth feeling? No. What is the right thing? What are we worthing here? Oh. This is more like worth compatibility, right? Worth nature, but more like the someone's like dependability, or some things dependability. That's definitely show on the right? And then the left, like, what? Just like prize. Can't think of it. No. This is sight. Oh. Skaku.
備える。展示会。
Trade show? Exhibition's fun. Or exhibition show is kind of redundant. Exhibition.
踊り。岐阜県。
岐阜県。Oh. 県。What's happening? It's gone. It's totally gone. Oh.
株、
株。
そう、
良質。
Celebrate.
Wow. 武道。
武道。
肩、腕、繁栄、
繁栄。
嬉しい、
進展。時差。褒める。
敏感、
What? What? Big feeling? No, wait. Alert feeling? Like alertness? I thought this would go on with like sharpness. Oh, it's probably sensitivity. Oh no.
堺
顧みる
No.
思いやり
Like thinking of use? Wait, what does that mean? Thoughtful consideration? Okay. I made an error yesterday on the recall. It's kyo, not kyo. What?
交渉
Taikoroku.
Eh?
審査
機敏
This is good. Okie dokie. Yep. 2 good old digressions later. What time is it? 6:50. Alright, let's go over our day 2. Definition reads. Definition and reads. So this was humble. I think yesterday I wrote humility, which is very similar. Inquire, checked out. Penetration. Rapids. Withdrawal. Set aside. Based on. Ceremony. Would. Abandon. Tiger. Firefly. Firefly had an error from yesterday too. Upon recall. Hard liquor. Money. Worship. Conceal. Fist. Charcoal. Field. Rap. Humanity. Mineral.
Attain. Sincerity. Hometown. Invade. Fake. Lie. Alright. And few corrections here from today's review. Sun. You, car. Got. Tetsu. Celery. Tetsu. Soap. Little kyo. That's one of the corrections. Guillotine. Key? No, not key. Juice. Key. O. And ranch. This is another correction. O. Taco. And rude. Two. Mitts. Con. Centaur. N. And hot. Taco kettle. Home. Bean. O. Sheep. Saber. Home. Chin. Guillotine. You and soap. Okay. Alright, so we ironed out that stuff. Let's go over our reads definition. Son. Humble. Okaga. Okaga. Inquire. That's it. Penetration. Sit. Sit. Rapids. That's it. Withdrawal. Soul. Let's set aside. Go. Based on the ceremony. Do. Word. Wood. Word. Key. Abandon. Not sure if this one is gonna be okay. It's on Yomi. It's a special. Okay. Head up. Tiger. Otaru. Oops. Otaru Firefly. Chu hard liquor. Mitsu. Ani Kan worship. Sen conceal. Ken fist. Kan charcoal. Atake field. Gosh. Ho rap. Gene humanity. Ho mineral. Sheet. Attain. Se sincerity. Ho hometown. No, it's not Ho. It's Kyo hometown. Shin evade. Gi fake, and uso lie. All right, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, ramble. We had two digressions today, right? I was in a digression mood. When you start, can't stop this mania of thoughts connected. We started with Procol and the BAFTA situation, right? I'm still unaware of anything. I'll read a little bit about it tonight, about the situation. I imagine hopefully there's some peaceful resolutions and some compassionate and sympathetic understanding between people, right? It was related to language, weirdly enough. It's like language adjacent, right? And then obviously we had the occasional meetup again, not Tom, and asking a very great segue for me to talk about language learning in the last couple days or the last couple years. I think I've been working on that dialogue for some time. I've said it multiple times, so these ideas are pretty well developed nowadays. You know, stay for the quick response. Usually the quick response is about 5 to 10 minutes. Then we get into nitty gritty in 30 minutes, and then occasionally we splurge for 2 hours, which is what we did today. So you're more than welcome to come on by or drop by the Discord, ask a few questions. I'm also quite proficient at typing, right? So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Boom Pro. Thank you.